right, Mr. Rittenhouse, I think we're ready whenever you are. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to this special board meeting for the Akron Public Schools Board of Education for Friday, August 14th, 2020. Roll call, please.
Dr. Akbar?
Here.
Mr. Alexander?
Present.
Ms. Autry?
Here.
Mr. Bravo?
Present.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Mrs. Mansfield?
Here.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Here.
Thank you.
And if we could all mute and join in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. All right. So as we begin today, I just have a few housekeeping items that for those of you on the meeting and for the public as well as with other meetings, this retreat is a public meeting, and so we want to welcome the community that may be watching along at home with us. And just a note to the community, if you are watching today and tomorrow, you will see a slightly different format for our agenda than what you may be used to. And because this is a public meeting and is in a virtual format, we will continue to follow guidelines from the Ohio Attorney General's office. So we will temporarily suspend the meeting if anyone drops off of the meeting due to any technology issues. We'll be meeting for approximately 10 hours over the next 2 days, and there is quite a bit of ground to cover. We have built in some small breaks, and we'll recess our meeting during those breaks, at which time we will also suspend the live stream. Tomorrow, we've also built in a 30-minute lunch, during which we will also recess the meeting and suspend the live stream so that you can grab something to eat. If, however, you do need to drop off of the meeting intentionally during the meeting for whatever reason, please just let me know by sending me a message either in the chat or by text so that we know not to pause the conversation or suspend the meeting during that time. Because we have several topics to cover and we will be hearing presentations on some of those topics from our administrative team, I'm going to be doing my best to keep the conversation moving forward and to keep us on a schedule, and to also make sure that we touch base on all of the smaller discussion items within each of those areas. If it begins to look like we may be running over a little bit at any particular time, at the risk of other topics on the agenda that you've expressed interest in discussing, I will try to gently move us forward. Because this is a retreat, we did also want to be more conversational in style. So during the open discussion portions, we'll try to be slightly less formal, but I would ask that we all be respectful of each other, keep our questions and our comments brief and to the point, and make sure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. If you do find yourself waiting for an opportunity to speak, please put that in the chat or send me a message, wave your hands or something, and I'll try to gently move the conversation your way. All of you should have received a detailed copy of the agenda as recently as this morning. And as a reminder, and for the public today, our retreat is split into 2 discussion areas for this afternoon with a short break in the middle. So we'll start our discussion on our reopening plan and then a short break around 1:55, followed by a discussion around vision and strategic planning. The discussion portion of the reopening plan is going to include athletics and extracurricular activities, the operational and financial impact of COVID-19, supplemental contracts, the district's restart plan and eventual transition to blended and online learning, and data points that the board would like to see on a weekly or bi-weekly basis as we continue to consider our return to a blended or in-person learning. This afternoon, discussion on vision and strategic planning will include college and career academies and our middle school transformation. We'll begin our discussion on a strategic focus and advance APS, our 3-and-3 proposal. And the purpose of the conversation would be to choose the areas of focus and at least some of the clear, specific, measurable, and objective goals under each of those areas. Tomorrow, we're going to divide our day between diversity, equity, inclusion, and racial justice, a follow-up discussion on vision and strategic planning, and finalizing our goals moving forward. and we'll end the day with some finance-related updates and discussion. So are there any questions before we would begin? Hearing and seeing none, we're going to begin with our reopening plan discussion, and I'd like to turn it over to our superintendent to get it started. And Mr. Superintendent, I believe we'd like to begin with a continuation of our discussion on athletics and extracurricular activities.
Good afternoon. So I linked or invited each of the board members to access a spreadsheet that lists all of our sports teams, whether we have those or not, whether they're middle or high school, their seasons. And then we try to create a matrix where we talk about the Ohio High School Athletic Association guidance, the Ohio Department of Health guidance, and Summit County Public Health guidance. And also it'll list which high school and which middle school will have any particular sport. So yesterday I listened to the governor's presentation. I was actually expecting some further guidance on where the governor and the Ohio High School Athletic Association are going to go. So we'll hear about that Tuesday. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Joe Vassilotti on the current updates and where we think we might be going. And then Deborah Folk can chime in on any of the health guidelines that we're currently under.
Thank you, Dr. James, and thank you and the board members too for listening so well for the past week. I know I've received a lot of contact from student athletes, parents, coaches who have expressed their opinion about fall sports and how we should move forward. And I know you've received even more than I have. So thank you for listening and your thoughtful consideration of their comments and questions. So as Dr. James alluded to, the spreadsheet captures all sports listed by Ohio Department of Health and Summit County Health, most of which we offer, not all. And the spreadsheet delineates that. So I was looking at it and I thought, well, you know, if you just consider fall sports, for example, since that's our focus right now, at the high school level, we have a total of 50 programs among our 6 traditional high schools. And by programs, I mean, say the volleyball program at Kenmore Garfield, because that's not to say they just have one team. They have the varsity team, the JV team, and so forth. So some of these sports do represent total programs where a varsity, a junior varsity, and a freshman team might encompass one program. So there are 50 programs represented among the high school sports. And then middle school teams, and I say team there because there is only one team per sport for the two fall middle school sports. That would be 12 total. So a lot of our student athletes involved in the fall, it's generally somewhere in the 1,200 range of the number of students who participate in fall athletics from grades 7 through 12. And I did want to try to clear up this notion of, you know, high contact, low contact, no contact. When that's labeled from Columbus, from the OHSA, because they use the word contact, whereas the health department uses the word risk. They're talking about actual human to human contact. So, you know, for example, volleyball is considered low contact. Once in a while, when the girls are at the net and one's, you know, trying to spike the ball and the other team's trying to block it, there might be some contact between the hands there. But generally, it's a low contact sport. Whereas soccer, for example, is considered high contact because there's more human-to-human contact. If you've watched a soccer match, which we all have, some of you have played, you know that it's definitely not a non-contact sport when they're going after the ball, especially. So wanted to make sure that you understood when you hear the word non-contact, it doesn't mean there's absolutely no contact. It's just very little in terms of a risk of transmitting the virus in this case, for example. So I hope that helps. But moving forward, as Dr. James alluded to in the press conference yesterday, I think we all were hoping for it to be a little more decisive, but apparently that's going to come Tuesday. The governor did hint that he and the state government, ODH, would support the OHSAA's proposal, and that's to move forward with fall sports throughout the state. And the OHSAA's proposal is to move forward at the traditional designated time for beginning competitions, two of which have already begun, as we know, golf and tennis, but the other fall sports would begin at some point in August, as they always do. And it seems as if the hint from the governor was that that will take place, but confirmation should come Tuesday, as he suggested. In his words, I wrote it down, this fall sports participation would be left up to parents, schools, and local health departments. So again, there won't be a statewide directive which applies to all districts regarding fall sports, but rather left up to local districts. So that's a continuation of what we've dealt with all summer, which honestly in some ways can be frustrating, as we all know, because we have inequities that develop that way with districts, especially ones that are close to one another. The current Summit County health guidelines, just to review, and I double checked, and I want to thank Deborah for confirming this. The ones they issued in the letter I received August 5th are still in effect. And that's reflected on the spreadsheet here too. For our low-risk sports in the fall, and those would be low-risk, non-contact type sports of golf, tennis, volleyball, cross country. Summit County Health recommends that they move forward. They have competitions. They can play other schools, run against other schools, obviously with protocols in place. And I'll talk more about an example, one of those here in a minute. But those would be the low-risk, low-contact sports for us that we offer. And part of the Summit County Health guidance, too, is to recommend that the contact sports wait until October 1st for competitions. That would be any scrimmage or regular season contest against another team, another school. In the meantime, contact sports, according to Summit County Health, would be able to practice just obviously within that team. You could have an intra-team scrimmage, but no competition against another team until October 1st. Deborah, while we're talking about Summit County Health, is there anything to add there?
Joe, as a reminder, as we put everything together with Summit County Health regarding the guidances that Joe and Mark provided to the teams as they phased them in, and we've been phasing in since June 1st. We were very restrictive. It's June 1st with phase 1. We then went to phase 2. We're now into phase 3. One of the areas that is still not available to athletes are locker rooms. We cannot have them in there. It is too close contact. But the teams that have been doing their skills and conditioning are planned and prepped to do the social distancing that is required outside. They have the sanitation materials that Mr. Vassilotti has provided, and Mr. Boxler and Mrs. Atkins have gone ahead and updated Mr. Vassilotti on several areas to help them make sure they're maintaining those particular sanitation requirements of equipment. There are certain items that, need to be cleaned in between use, such as balls and things like that, weight machines, and they have been very accurate in doing that. The low contact sports that Mr. Vassilotti has talked about are still considered low contact: golf, tennis, cross country, and volleyball, and they have followed the procedures very, very well. So at this point, we're meeting the guidances as provided by Summit County. There has been no update. What I found interesting in the discussion with the governor yesterday was one of the issues, and he had a physician talking about the latest information regarding myocarditis, which is inflammation of the heart related to COVID and athletes. So that was one of the issues that was brought up, as a decision as to why the Big Ten and some of the large colleges have decided to consider suspension or delay of their seasons. So obviously this is a issue that's still working on, and I felt that that was something that may help with the guidance that may come out on Tuesday. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Deborah. Appreciate it. Yeah, we have been in phase 3 really since some point in June, end of July, the 1st of July. And Summit County Health has approved our guidance through the way, as Deborah has mentioned. So, for example, moving forward for us, when a volleyball team practices, for example, or has practiced in the past since they've been postponed this week, but there's been sanitation supplies immediately available to the girls when they enter the gym, meaning hand sanitizer and sanitary wipes for the equipment and the volleyballs and so forth. Each student athlete, and this goes beyond volleyball, but just all our sports, would bring an individual gym bag, keep that separated from other gym bags. As Deborah says, no locker rooms have been used, so those would be spaced out in the gym or corridor, some area near where they're working out. Obviously, there's no showering going on, so they would wear to practice an outfit, and they would wear that home afterwards to minimize, any spread of germs or virus that way as well. So looking forward, there are protocols that we would follow if competitions are eventually allowed. In volleyball, for example, we would have a sanitation station ready. And according to the guidance and a hint from the governor yesterday, for competitions when they are held throughout the state, he suggested that most likely there'll be no more than 2 spectators allowed per student athlete. You think parents there, but in a situation where there aren't 2 parents, 2 family members, I would think he'll clarify that Tuesday, I'm sure. But we'd certainly have a checklist there with the roster and so forth to fulfill that guidance. So another issue I know is transportation, and I talked to Mr. Andexler this morning. Deborah and I met with Bill a couple weeks ago over the phone and talked about transportation protocols. So in boarding the bus, first of all, there would be hand sanitizer right away as the student athletes and coaches would board a bus. The coach would be provided a temperature gauge to take the temperature of each student athlete, and that would be provided by the driver. He or she would return to the driver upon the completion of the trip. We would try to limit to 1 student athlete per seat, if possible. And I think for most of our sports that would be possible. There could be trips with a large cross-country team or football team where we would have to go 2 per seat with space in between. And Deborah, correct me if I'm wrong, but 2 per seat would be permissible at this point?
It has been determined to be practical, but as Joe and Bill and I have talked about, if we want to socially space it, we would add another bus. So therefore, as long as the assets are available, we could properly socially space. The other information, and this came from the governor's recent Tuesday discussion, a physician was talking about transportation and was asked if she would transport her own child on a bus, and she said absolutely yes, that the students are boarding the buses in a correct way. They are wearing masks. They are all seated and facing the same direction. The windows are open and fans are running, and she felt very comfortable that those procedures being put into place would even be comfortable for her as a parent to allow students to transport. So we can meet those needs for teams that would be requiring transport, whether within the city or to other competitions outside the city.
Yeah, very good. Thank you, Deborah. So the protocols obviously are very important to us, have been throughout the summer and would continue to be if fall sports in some way are permitted to continue. I did want to thank also Dr. James and the board for permitting, at least through this week, the golf and tennis teams to continue to compete as they had begun last week. According to OHSAA, their seasons began in early August with competitions. So I know they were very thankful, the student athletes and coaches, that they were able to compete this week. Moving forward too, I know this past Wednesday, some student athletes were here outside the building, peacefully demonstrating, thankfully, their passion for sports and their desire to see fall sports continue. And some of our coaches obviously have supported that as well. They're passionate about what they do. And we all know the benefits of high school sports and middle school sports for kids, especially in this turbulent time. In the county, I know we're unique, not alone, but unique in remote learning for at least the first 9 weeks of the semester. I believe Copley and Coventry have committed to it, and maybe a couple others I'm forgetting, but we're seeing more and more of it, especially in Cuyahoga County now. And some districts are trying to figure out a way to move forward with fall sports, as we are, possibly. And then others have already committed to it. Some have shut it down. So again, I want to thank Dr. James and the board for listening and really giving this some careful deliberation and discussion. And we'll certainly at this time take any questions, hear any comments you might have. Thank you.
I do have one comment. This morning, every Friday we have our Ohio 8 Coalition phone call, and some of the districts were talking about flipping, their seasons. And I can't remember which board member had a suggestion. I think it may be one of the chats at a previous meeting about maybe doing everything in the spring. And what I heard from that particular district is that they spoke to the Athletic Association, and if we go outside of their guidelines, they have a litany of bylaws that we have to comply with, which Mr. Vassilotti is very familiar with. There is a bylaw about if we don't comply with their schedule and time for the different seasons, we can be faced with sanctions from the athletic associations, which is one of the reasons why I allowed the golf and tennis to proceed, because those games were pre-scheduled. We already have buses scheduled for that. I don't know which way we should go in terms of, our the resolution the board passed postponed our face-to-face and sports and extracurricular activities to October 1st. I just want you all to be cognizant, if the Athletic Association and the governor come out with a different plan, we may have to amend that, based on the Ohio High School Athletic Association rules. And again, I wish all of this would have come out earlier. It would have been real helpful for all of us. But until we hear from the Ohio High School Athletic Association, the governor's office, then we have to hear from the health department to find out if anything is going to change, regarding what they come out with on Tuesday. If that happens, I hope it does, because we really do need some definition in terms of what we do. Minus that, my concern has always been, because we have had several incidences of teams and other extracurriculars being impacted by COVID infection, et cetera.
All right, so we'd like to open it up for questions and discussion by and between the board. And just again, a reminder, we'll leave it in a more conversational format for right now if we can. So if you have something and would like to kick us off, and then each of you can jump in. But again, if you find yourself waiting a little bit, please leave me a message in the chat. Dr. Akbar?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I have a lot of questions. The main question that I want to start with is in August, there was recommendations from the Summit County Public Health Board, or what have you, that gave limits on gatherings. And can you give me your understanding of what those limits of gatherings are, and how that either aligns with or doesn't align with the sports in which you're proposing we consider?
That's a fantastic question, Dr. Akbar, and it's one the ADs in the area and throughout the state have talked about, because technically, I believe, Deborah, correct me if I'm wrong, that the limitations to gatherings for us right now are no more than 10 for a social event outside or what have you. And then I know the guidance we got from Summit County Health for athletics outside, say on a particular stadium field, would be no more than 50. But those are for the student athletes. So we would need some clarification from the governor, and hopefully he brings that Tuesday. As far as spectators go, does that mean they're only allowed 10 spectators at a given event, or how would that work? The other issue that is technically still in place from ODH right now is the requirement of testing, to have a COVID test within 72 hours of competition for the contact sport participants, the student athlete, coaches, any staff related to the event, the trainers and so forth. And I get the feeling that the governor will address that Tuesday as well, because that would be a deal breaker for all contact sports throughout the state. There's just no way districts could pull that off in terms of feasibility and the practical nature of testing within 3 days of a competition. Deborah, correct me if I'm wrong about the limitations on gatherings, though.
You are absolutely correct. The athletes that are out on a field, whether they are a part of a sport or a marching band, need to be socially distanced correctly. They may be unmasked while they are doing physical activity, but they have to be the 6+ feet apart. I can happily report to you that on a marching band, that is 4 marching steps to meet that. And at this point, there is the mass gathering law does require that it be no more than 10 people inside a confined space. And Mr. James and I talked to the Summit County Board of Health on Friday, and truly mass gatherings in general are limited to 10. They have not said anything regarding spectators at facilities such as our stadiums that can be in attendance. They have only given us the guidelines of 10, or for the athletes, no more than 50 socially distanced.
Okay, so I'm not sure if you answered the next question, and maybe you did, and I missed it. But based off what Ms. Folk just mentioned, and as well as what you mentioned as well around the 10 limits and then 50 athletes, which to me that it doesn't make sense how athletes can have a different number than the other gatherings. I don't get that part, but let's go with it. How are we aligned with that when you think of cross country, when you think of swimming, when you think of tennis, when you think of golf?
Well, in terms of golf and tennis, the number of participants wouldn't bring that into play. We would be low enough in the number of participants where social distancing is possible, especially with golf. The sport lends itself to social distancing very well. There are protocols in tennis. Obviously, they're 70-some feet away when they're playing singles matches, slightly closer with the doubles partner up closer to the net, but it's not a problem in tennis either. For example, and it's confusing, I agree, because the Football Coaches Association in the state, I know, because that has a large number of participants, obviously, proposed, and I believe the OHSA ratified this, to have no more than 60 players dressed for a game. Well, if you're saying 60 players can dress for a game, yet the limitation throughout summer workouts has been 50 on a field, I mean, that would need to be addressed by ODH. Going back to cross country, if we're fortunate enough to have a cross country season, we would limit our schools from attending any invitationals with more than 3 teams. And that's pretty much a common practice throughout the area. I've heard from athletic directors, because sometimes you get those large cross country invitationals with 10 teams, and there are hundreds of kids out there. And I know looking to us at our league meet, our league championship meet with 6 schools, we would stagger the start so that no more than 3 teams ran a single race, and we would just match the times. So we're definitely going to have to make changes based on social distancing and whatever we hear, and hopefully it's Tuesday, from the maximum number of participants allowed in one area.
Dr. Akbar, to your question about swimming, because you did mention it in your statement, the pool at Firestone has very specific regulations. It is based on the square footage of the pool. And when we did the calculations, we informed the manager of the pool that she could have no more than 42 participants total at any one time when the pool is open. And that is based on the calculations from Summit County Health.
So is the 42 number based off everyone in that space or just the athletes themselves?
That's everyone in that space.
Okay. And then my last question for now. Well, before I say this, I'll say that I appreciate the comment that was made by the doctor during the governor's address. But when you look at that comment from the lens of equity, the question isn't would she do it, it's will she or is she? Because you have a different level of privilege to exclude your child from participating in that. And so that response doesn't provide me any level of comfort or anything based off the parents and families in which we are talking about, because she's in a whole different situation. And so I guess what I'm considering is, in my last question for now, is how, thinking about the guidelines in which that we've received from the state, from OHSAA, all of those things, how do you layer on top our populations, our high-risk populations for health, poor health outcomes onto those guidelines?
Well, I know that's a huge issue, and it was in some ways comforting to hear them address it yesterday, but I share your frustration in that there seems some built-in inequity there. I'm curious Tuesday as to how the governor addresses what he said would be the parents' involvement in this decision-making about fall sports participation. I don't know, legally if he's suggesting a waiver of some kind or, further health protocols for those with pre-existing conditions. But it's a great question. I know in one of our meetings this summer with the Northeast Ohio Athletic Directors, there was a lawyer on from a firm in Cleveland, specifically schooled in sports law for education, and because the issue of liability came up, and with medical conditions we don't know about and so forth, and she said schools, as you all know well, I'm sure, have a high level of immunity, but still, it's who's to blame really isn't the question. The question is, are kids and their families potentially going to be safe? So I do hope we get some clarification Tuesday on that. Deborah, do you have any thoughts on that?
At this point, there is not a lot of clarification much beyond that all team members are certainly doing a physical prior to participation in any of our sports, and they certainly would have the ability to notify us. We have the ability to have those students monitored during school times, and I have already talked to our Akron Children's Hospital people that oversee our clinics. We have telehealth, as the board members that have been with us for a while are aware, and we are making arrangements for those students that currently have asthma and diabetes, which are two of the underlying issues with this particular disease, to continue that telehealth service even during our virtual plan for the next 9 weeks. So we're trying to keep up to date with the students' health as we move forward.
And I know, speaking of the athletic physical that's required, the pre-participation physical, there was some talk earlier this summer that the physical date would be extended a few months because of the COVID shutdown and so forth, but the OHSA did not choose to go that way, and so a current physical is still required for participation. They're good for 13 months, but that wasn't extended at all. So in theory, then those whose physicals have expired this summer will get a more recent health check, and address some of those issues about which you're asking.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments, Mr. Vassalotti and Ms. Folk. I'm not sure that the deadline or the students getting a physical addresses that. I would regard if we vote to support low risk, low contact sports moving forward to being in person. I would urge everyone to consider having greater limitations and capacities when it comes to limiting who can be in a room or in a space, knowing that we have a higher level of diverse individuals, a higher level of individuals from limited or low income backgrounds, and we know that those populations receive poor or subpar treatment in healthcare, which means their outcomes and the likelihood for death or long-term poor health outcomes are higher.
Yeah, excellent point. I know, as I mentioned before, we'll get spectator guidelines from the state. However, it doesn't mean we can't go above and beyond that. The good thing about fall sports is, except for volleyball, they're outside. And of course, outdoor activities lend themselves better to social distancing and less likelihood of the spread of the virus because you're not in confined quarters. But it's a great point. It's something we'd really have to look at if we get to the point where we're hosting a volleyball match inside a gymnasium. Do we allow any spectators? Or maybe it's just one per family, per student athlete. So excellent question.
Other questions, comments?
If I may, I think the issue here is that it's really difficult, for me to work with staff and come up with our guidelines minus direction from the athletic association or the governor's office that's more reasonable. Because what we've seen is we have ODH guidelines and we have our local Summit County guidelines. And then I think as Dr. Akbar mentioned, we do have some issues with our population. And I think the governor referenced it, yesterday. We don't look like the majority of the state. None of our urban areas do. And we have multiple schools in our district. And I think, depending on what we hear on Tuesday, maybe there could be some adjustments in what we're doing. I would certainly want to see those first before moving forward.
Diana, go ahead. Ms. Autry.
Yes, thank you. So, Mr. Vassalotti, thank you so much. You mentioned about going above and beyond, which we did in our most recent resolution. So my question in regards to that is, we opted to forego practices at this time, which is above and beyond, I guess, what the Summit County Health Department advised or recommended. Is there something specific why we opted? Because I guess the more I'm just communicating with folks and listening and hearing that they've been practicing since June. So to have practices come to an abrupt, halt, and it wasn't recommended necessarily. Is there something specific that we were thinking when that was included?
Well, I know throughout the summer, as you mentioned, we've been following Summit County Health Guidelines, phases 1, 2, and 3, as Deborah mentioned earlier. And the proposal Monday evening that was passed, did go above and beyond Summit County Health in postponing all activities, extracurriculars at this point in time, except for golf and tennis, which we thankfully learned we're allowed to compete this week. So to my knowledge, the districts that have chosen to follow Summit County Health in Summit County are moving forward with that recommendation and not going above and beyond. I think, I'll defer to Dr. James here for the proposal that was passed Monday and the thinking behind it. But, as Dr. Akbar mentioned, I think we have to consider our community, our our demographics, our population, the size of our district, and making those types of decisions. But and Deborah, I know, had helped in drafting that resolution, that proposal. So I'll defer to Dr. James and Deborah at this point.
Yes, thank you. I know there have been, even with the, practices starting in June, we've been notified on several occasions of issues with a COVID-19 potential exposure, which has caused either a band to cease their practices or a camp, or some practices, whether it's volleyball or cheerleading. That's been a very, serious concern, of our staff. And that was the reason for having, going above Summit County guidelines. Plus, in Akron Public Schools, we have several zip codes that still remain fairly high, 44310, 44320. That was a topic of discussion this morning at a Greater Akron Chamber meeting where Dr. Devaney and also Grace from Akron Children's were talking about some of the issues that they're seeing on the hospital level, just in some of these zip codes.
Dr. Hall?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Bassel. I appreciate it. Just have some, like Dr. Akbar, I'm going to try to limit my questions to just a couple here. I've got probably more than that. But first, when you first began your remarks, I think there was some commentary around, or maybe it was Ms. Folk, I'm not sure, around, I guess, concerning how well we're following the protocols. I think the phraseology was that we're doing a good job of following the protocols that are in place. My first question, this may sound, like I'm trying to be funny. I'm really not. But how do we know that we're doing a good job of following those protocols? I mean, do we have logbooks where folks are checking off that they've completed X number of tasks every so many hours or every day? Again, I guess I struggle with that and was hoping you could first clarify that for me.
Yeah, it's a good point, and it's something I've thought about extensively because you can't see everything right here from 10 North Main. So what we've done, and this again goes with Summit County Health guidance, so we have a COVID-19 symptom checklist that was sent to all our ADs for all the head coaches to have for a particular workout. There would be a check-in table where the student athletes check in, report their symptoms or lack thereof. That's checked off. It's also a way to take attendance. Each school, from Jim Leonard down at the warehouse, we've purchased a bunch of sanitary supplies, hand sanitizer, disinfectant liquid, sanitary wipes that we've delivered to each of our schools that they've been active this summer too. So they have those at their disposal. Some sports lend themselves to, as I mentioned before, social distancing a little better than others and don't involve as much cleanup, as much equipment used and so forth. An issue and that comes up, for example, is cross country, because what do cross country athletes do? They run, and it's not that the coach is running with them the whole time. So at some point, you have to rely on the kids then to space themselves and do things right as well. But as far as the log for us would be the COVID-19 checklist. It's a way for us to check symptoms when they're there, to self-report. If a student athlete says he or she's had a cough lately, well, they'd be sent home. Come back when you're symptom free. But anyway, that's the written log we've had. So I hope that answers your question. It's a great question because you have to kind of rely on the ADs and coaches as well, and the student athletes to put these practices in place and do them consistently. And we have had some incidents this summer where either a student athlete has tested positive. There have been very few of those, 3, I think, total, all on separate teams, or immediate family member has tested positive. So we follow the protocols there, which now, according to Summit County Health, would be a 10-day shutdown of that student athlete from the team if it's just a family member who's tested positive and he or she's obviously been around mom or dad. Just had an Ellet cheerleader with that yesterday that developed her mom tested positive. So that cheerleader will be away from the team for 10 days. But there are protocols in place there. We haven't had widespread positive testing among a team. The most student athletes from one team we've had test positive have been one per team. There have been 4 total now that I think about it. So that's a good thing. We deduce in that case without detailed contact tracing, but we deduced that it was brought in from the outside and did not spread throughout the team, thankfully. But again, it's priority number one is following these protocols when we are active in the health and safety of all student athletes.
Roger that. I appreciate that. And then two comments, and then I've got and then I'll get to my next question. Number one, to your point, we know that students, coaches, for example, they're not robots, and they're not going to be perfect 100% of the time. Which is one of the reasons why we have the concerns that we have. I think as a board, you mentioned the parent. We're probably not going to always be aware of when someone in a student's home or student athlete's home tests positive for COVID. It's nice to have the parent come forward and volunteer that information for us, or have the student athlete volunteer, hey, my mother or my grandmother tested positive, or my brother tested positive for COVID. But I can imagine that there will probably be scenarios, few or many, depending upon, the time period, where a student athlete may not feel comfortable coming forward and sharing that their parent or grandparent tested positive because of the impact that would have upon them being able to participate, and the impact that it may have on their fellow student athletes to participate. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so we're putting a lot of pressure, it seems, on student athletes as well, and they're students. They're not adults, and there's a reason why we don't let children substitute their judgment for that of adults. That's the jobs of the people that are on this line. And so there's just a lot that we don't control about what happens in our student athletes' lives. So again, it calls for concern. You mentioned my next question. I think you've already answered it, but I was going to ask. How many COVID positive tests have we had already amongst our athletes? I think you said several already, right?
Yeah, I believe 4 total. Deborah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we've had Firestone cross country, Firestone swimming, and Firestone girls soccer, and then Bookville football. I think we've had 4 student athletes who've individually tested positive.
That is correct.
Thank you. A few more, like the cheerleader I mentioned, where an immediate family member had tested positive.
Right. And so to my point, so thank you. I think that sort of helps illustrate the point too, is that even in these low contact sports, like cross country and swimming, we're getting positive COVID tests.
Sure.
So that's alarming for me already. And so I guess my next question was going to be, how many tests have we performed, COVID tests have we performed on our student athletes thus far?
To my knowledge, none as a district that we've prescribed. Those have been left up to individual families. Deborah, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So I'm contrasting this with what we're seeing in some college sports and pro sports, where before they even are allowed to practice, they're being tested for COVID on a regular basis. So we're not doing that either then, right?
Correct. Yeah. And that comes at a huge cost. I think the average cost of a test is somewhere around $120, $25. And that's why a lot of college conferences have shut down. It's just too much money to test all their student athletes.
Gotcha. And also too,
Dr. Hall, the lack of availability of testing within the county is also a major part of this. Mm-hmm. So even to get a test, regardless if you're just a student athlete, is very difficult to get, and it is not recommended as easily available unless you are showing symptoms.
Yeah, especially for the age group we're talking about, age 0 to 18. I think tests are really hard to get.
Yeah. Gotcha. And then I know that I was reading that in some of the earlier guidance they talked about. For the guidelines, they were saying that they would want us to test student athletes within 72 hours of a competition. So again, that could be a challenge. I think to the points you've already made. The other thing I'd point out about that is that students obviously can be. You can look. I think the average duration of showing symptoms, I want to say, is 4 days, which is more than 72 hours. as well. So, and also too, there's also a fairly significant false positive and or false negative rate with these tests as well, which can be as high as, in some cases, as high as 50%. As low as, we just saw Governor DeWine who tested positive, and then obviously with specific test positive, has been, was a false positive, right? So that's why I worry about even testing, with the false positive rate being what it is, that we're exposing, again, students and their families. And so, you referenced, I have two more things here. We referenced, and I just want to call out volleyball for just a quick second. And again, I didn't play volleyball in high school, and I didn't have any friends who did. But from what I can tell from watching volleyball matches on television, volleyball players are not 6 feet apart on their side of the net either, right? They're frequently maybe diving, lunging, going after the same ball. They're not 6 feet apart either. So that was, again, so granted, the ball itself is not being, maybe touched all the time by everybody, but on, depending on what side of the net you're on, you're not, very rarely are you going to always be 6 feet, in distancing. Again, I think we make a better case for golf, for example, and or swimming. But again, but when we see that we've already had COVID positive tests for swimming and cross country already, it just gives me cause for concern. And then my last comment here was about the physicals. I wasn't aware that, and again, just looking for some education here. But I wasn't aware that if I have mild to moderate obesity, if I am asthmatic, if I have hypertension, or if I have diabetes, I wasn't aware that if I had any of those 4 items, that I would be precluded from or that I would fail my physical. Can anybody clarify that for me? Is if I have one of those 4 items, is that cause for me failing a physical and not being able to participate in a sport?
I would say a red flag would be any heart condition that's detected. I'm certainly not a physician, but I know in my years of coaching, I had a couple student athletes through the years who were advised not to play due to a pre-existing heart condition. I had several student athletes who needed inhalers due to asthma, but they could still compete. The asthma they have was usually induced by athletics in some way and heavy breathing, but we just kept the inhaler in our training kit with us. So I don't know, maybe Deborah or Dr. James could address that, but I don't think the ones you mentioned, those conditions would necessarily preclude a student athlete from participating.
Dr.
Gotcha.
Hall, regarding the diabetes, there is a revised code that says that every staff member within a public school district, including Akron, must be trained on dealing with a student with diabetes, whether they're on a team or attending school in general. That training has been done with our staff so that if I had a student that was participating in a sport, they have the training on what they are required to do to address that issue should a student have a severe issue with diabetes. Obesity is not something that precludes a student from participating in sport, and actually the physical activity of the sport would be a positive to maybe help manage their weight. So therefore, you are correct, they do not preclude them, but it would be something that coaches would be aware of.
Thank you very much. So just two quick facts to share here. One, if you look at the most recent CDC surveillance report, and these are published weekly, it lists the number of hospitalizations for by sort of age range. And so for children, the 2 highest occurring comorbidities for students who were hospitalized due to a COVID infection was asthma and obesity. Just to share that. And then as relates to the heart condition piece, Mr. Bass, I was aware of the pre-existing heart condition being an issue. But as we talked about as well, the myocarditis, that wasn't dependent upon a pre-existing heart condition. As the Big Ten and Pac-12 pointed out when they decided to cancel their season. So those are my questions or comments for now. I guess again, I don't want to take up all the time. I'll see the time to everybody else, but I do have to ask, since this is more of a conversational type of meeting, if we're going to talk specifically about Dr. James, if we're specifically going to talk about the FAST program over at Firestone. I know that we've all gotten a lot of emails about that, and some of them are probably tuned in watching us right now, probably wondering if we're going to comment on that with any specificity. So again, I just want to make sure that I've sort of put that out there for consumption for the group. Thank you.
Yeah, and I hope the goal for us today is to also give some clarification to the district on what the board would like to see with each of those programs, including FAST and some of the other ones that we've heard from, golf and cross country. We do still have people in line, so if we could keep moving there. We've got Bruce, Mr. Alexander, and then Ms. Mansfield, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. I'm not going to be long. I just have some comments. But one, I want to thank Joe Vassalotti for the update. Thanks, Joe. You always do a good job and you're thorough, so we appreciate that. I want to also make sure the public understands that one of our jobs, as board members, is to make sure we have the safe and health of students at hand, to try to make sure that when they're in school, that they're safe, that they're healthy and so forth. And we still have that. During this time of COVID is really, really heightened for us because the virus and how it's spreading and what it is doing to individuals who have health problems, and as well as some of those who don't have health problems, and some of the devastating issues that have happened and occurred with people. So I'm saying that too, to let people know that we are not medical professionals, and we as individuals, except for two of our board members, I'm sorry, who are medical professionals, that most of us are not medical professionals. And we need to understand that if we go to the doctor and the doctor tells us this is something that's going on, we don't like that, or we're not sure about, we go to another doctor. We don't go to a carpenter or a teacher or someone else. We go back to another doctor or to a specialist. And so we have to understand, I want the public to understand, we have to make sure that we get the proper information from those medical personnel. And it also still seems like there's a lot of uncertainty, even with medical. And so we have to make decisions based on some information that we really don't have. We have some information on, but we don't have enough. And then it could still be some more devastating things that occur possibly with our student athletes. And I'm for all the athletes getting an opportunity to play. Again, I'm very sensitive to needs of the seniors. But again, as I said before, I still have to be concerned with the safety and health of these kids first. And so, and Dr. Hall brought up a lot of good points and got a good issues. And thank you, Dr. Hall, for bringing those up. But also, one thing that I heard yesterday, and this is something that's concerned me in my own personal life, is that they're talking about it, saying possibly that this virus is probably going to get a little worse before it gets better, and within the next couple of months. And so that's what we have to look at as well. We got to think about that, and we're going to look at these, continue to look at the numbers, continue to look what the medical professionals are saying, because they're not 100% sure that we should move forward with all sports. And as mentioned before, some of these non-contact sports individuals have gotten the virus. And the last thing, I was riding home from work yesterday, and I saw, I assume, and I'm pretty sure were Akron Public School students, and they were athletes, and they were gathered all together there without masks, not 6 feet distance. They were outside, but they weren't distanced. And so to me, I was wondering in my mind, saying, man, I hope those kids are okay. But at the same time, what if any of them kids had the virus? And if they do, are they spreading it with those kids they're in those circles with? I mean, because there were a couple circles, and these were about 5 kids in each circle, but they weren't social distance. They were close. They were touching. And so that's a concern for me. And it's not, as Dr. Hall said, it's not that we don't trust our kids, and we know that some of our kids are very bright, but we are adults, and we as adults have to make these decisions. And I hope that the parents out there who have kids who are student athletes understand where we're coming from and trying to be careful and of the safety and the health of their kids. So, in saying that, I would like to hear more discussion as well, like others, and some of the the information that we may need as far as swimming and so forth. I'd like to hear a little bit more about those two, and from other contact sport, non-contact sports, and then where do we go from here? So thank you very much.
Go ahead, Ms. Mansfield, sorry.
Sorry, I was waiting to be acknowledged, Mr. President. Thank you, everyone. I do want to say, I think we've probably gotten more emails in the last 4 days than we've had in the last 4 months on any particular topic. And that just goes to show how vibrant and important sports are in our community. And I think that's not a bad thing. So I thank everyone for reaching out. Do want to mention one student who really touched my heart. He was a cross-country runner from Firestone, and he spent the first part of his email talking about how much it meant to him to be able to run. But then he spent the remainder of his email talking about how much he felt for other students who may not have the support he did. And I just wanted to thank him for that email, because it really meant a lot to me that he was not just thinking about himself. He was thinking about the other athletes who may not have other things. So they've really been meaningful to me from everyone, and those that I got to talk to on the phone too. I really appreciate it. I guess again, I just want to voice my displeasure with the Ohio High School Athletic Association, especially on the lack on a state level of being able to blaze our own path based on what our Summit County Public Health says to us. So, I started asking questions weeks ago with the superintendent of, well, why can't we just flip? Why can't we just go our own? Why can't we just set up with another district who wants to delay, or maybe do something in the spring? And being told that we would be sanctioned, or we could lose athletics, or we could have bad things happen just because we're trying to keep our kids safe is very disappointing. And I hope that there's better guidance from the governor. I've watched every press conference for the last few weeks as he said, I'm going to talk about sports. I'm going to talk about sports. And he hasn't. I've talked to a few people this week, and I guess that the thing that I stick with the most is I trust our health department. I know those people. I know Deborah has worked with them hand in hand. I know that she can pick up the phone and have people on the phone to come look at something and say, hey, is this okay, by your guidance, by our professionals. So I know that we can get them on the phone in a minute. I can't call the CDC and ask a question. I can't even probably call the Ohio High School Athletic Association and get them on the phone within minutes, but we can call our health department. So I appreciate everything they've done for us. And I also want to say that's where I'm trying to make my decision is based on what they're saying. Dr. Hall has made some incredible points. He brought up the heart issue the day before I saw the study on the news and before I got to read it myself. So I do appreciate the input that he and Diana have brought to this discussion, because it does give us that extra little the boost, and my fellow board members, as we can lean on each other through this. A couple things I do want to point out is that those students that did test positive in those non-contact sports, they were the only ones on their team that did. So even though they got it probably out in the community, because we know there's community spread, that's why it's a pandemic, wherever they were exposed, whether it was at practice or not, it didn't turn into an outbreak on their team. So to me, that in some ways goes to A, the protocol, and B, the fact that they are non-contact sports. Doesn't mean it's foolproof. It's a risk. I don't know if it's a risk that's worth it or not. I'm just putting that out there. The other thing is we did have baseball all summer over at the fields for Firestone and several of the elementary schools as well. Again, another place that shows that maybe if the state had flipped seasons like surrounding states have done, and we could continue to play baseball and softball now and perhaps wait some of these other contact sports until spring, we could probably keep doing that. That kind of goes too fast to me in some ways, because FAST is an organization that's from outside of our buildings, or outside of our building. Some are student athletes, some are not. Those baseball games that were played on our fields all summer, those are also students that some of them are ours and some of them are not. They could be from around the county. I don't know, Deborah could tell us on the bigger baseball field over here at Firestone, and some of the others, if those were even from out of the county. I would assume they are, Deborah. Is that correct?
Actually, when it comes to baseball, we have an organization we've worked with for many, many years. It's called Roy Hobbs. And those are an outside organization that uses the Forge Field for baseball for whether they are APS athletes or area athletes, as well as Marshall Field. So they coordinate the use of Marshall with Firestone, as well as Firestone or Ellett or whoever can come down to Forge. So you are correct, Lisa, you would have seen other baseball teams. The elementary schools are used by WABL, which is the West Akron Baseball League, and that is what you and I used to think is little guy baseball. And they started the minute that they were allowed on the fields. They made sure they were groomed, that they followed the social distancing requirements, and they have had successful playing at Resnick, Case, and Essex. So you are correct. And I've had one, I forgot. I also had teams at Cyberling and Betty Jane for the smaller leagues.
So to me, that kind of goes to show that we can, or have, doesn't mean we can, doesn't mean that we have had those things going on all summer. And as far as we know, right, because some of these agencies probably keep their own statistics, it was successful. I did go by a few times and see baseball games going on. I worried a little bit more about the crowds than I worried about anything else. Were they sitting too close? And then you just say, okay, I'm assuming you're family and you're sitting in your bubble. So, some of that we got to let go when they're outside, I guess. The only negative feedback I've had this week as far as what's been going on with our sports teams as they've moved through these phases and been practicing since June is that it's a lot of work. It is a lot of work as a coach. It's a lot of work as an organization to keep them safe. And to me, that's a good thing. I'm glad that it's a lot of work. I think it's unfortunate that some of that work has been with coaches having issues with students trying to remind them to keep their masks on. But I think, that's life, having children in a pandemic, unfortunately, is we have to keep reminding them to be safe. And parents can help with that, right? Starting at home, making sure that they enforce that, how important that is. And the other one has been the only time that other parents have been complaining is for gatherings that have been outside of the sports realm, right? So the team wants to get together to do X, Y, or Z. And is that sanctioned by APS? And the answer is, if a team's gathering outside, just because they're all on the same team, if parent X puts out an email that everyone can come over and swim in the pool, that's not an APS activity. But that's the only other complaint I've heard from athletic parents is that, wow, it's really hard to keep the kids apart. I can't imagine how hard it is to keep the kids apart. This is hard on all of us. It's hard for us to be away from each other. I wish we were all in the same room right now. I can't stand that I can't see all of your faces at once, and that 80% of language and communication is body language, and I can only see like your head. So it's so hard. It's very difficult, but I guess what I'm trying to say is, if there's any way that we can find ways to stay within our Summit County public health guidelines and allow these students to have the influences of their coaches for mask wear, for working out, even if it's in smaller groups, do we need to make it even smaller to fit that in? And are there ways that we can do what they're saying is okay, which is non-contact or low risk, or however you want, whichever verbiage you want to use. If we could do that, I would be really pleased if we could do that. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Dr. Akbar.
Yes, I just have one final question and then some comments. With volleyball and the other sports teams that had players who tested positive, was the whole team tested afterwards? What was the process after that that positive came back?
There was a point in the summer from Summit County Health where the guidance was, say, if a student athlete tested positive, that both the student athlete and the entire team would be away from team activities for 14 days. That has since changed to 10 days. But that's the protocol as far as the number of days the team would be shut down or the individual player. When, as I alluded to earlier, when a student athlete didn't test positive, but immediate family member did, then that particular athlete would be shut down, which was 14 days, now 10. We haven't mandated any testing for a team after one of their teammates has tested positive. Again, I'll rely on Deborah and David here, but I believe that would be an individual family decision. But we can suggest that, but we can't mandate it.
Dr. Akbar, one of the things that did occur for the students that actually tested positive, they needed a written release with a date that from their physician that was allowed for returning to the sport in which they were participating, so that the physician actually released them to return, as opposed to the other students who were just asked because they were near the student to quarantine. That was the 14-day issue, and then it became the 10-day issue.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I just wanted to share that that's different than saying that no one else on the team was positive, because there's no way for us to tell, and that they could be asymptomatic and they just haven't showed any symptoms. And I hope that's not the case, but that is a possibility. So we can't say that no one else ended up testing positive because they didn't take the test.
Sorry, if I said that, that's not what I meant. I just meant we didn't have an outbreak that we know of that was contributed. I'm sorry if I worded it that way. You're absolutely correct, Dr. Akbar.
No, I wasn't attacking you or anything, Lisa.
No, I know. I'm just trying to make it conversational.
Yeah, I was saying that just so that those who are watching can also understand that there's a difference.
You're so right. You're so right.
And that that's what I'm weighing here is, this is an incredible weight. And this is to my comments. And thank you, Ms. Mansfield, for saying that. There's no perfect solution. No matter what we do, there's not going to be a total perfect right answer on either side of the decision. But for me, I always have to overlay who we serve and what our activities are that we should be considering with the students, and knowing that we can afford to be a little too cautious right now, but we cannot afford to not be cautious enough. And so I think that that's very important, considering long-term heart condition that student athletes specifically have been cited to have after being, overcoming COVID, as well as the new study that just came out that said COVID is aerosol, and which we knew already, but could live in the air for more than 6 feet, but now 16 feet potentially. And we know that when you're in an athletic sport, you are breathing more air out. Like, we know that is the case. And at the end of the day, I want to make sure that Akron Public Schools and this board is on the right side of history when we look back at this, when emotions aren't tied to it, which, I value and appreciate everyone who has reached out. And my heart aches for every student who feels like that, a part of their identity has been taken away from them. I get it. You know, I was the MVP and captain of my golf team. And so for those who were playing golf, like, I get it. If I couldn't play golf my senior year, it would have been devastating. I get that. But I just want to tell you that my vote today, if we have a vote, we'll be considering, the safety, health, and wellness of all of our students. And that's my central concern. And I want to urge our coaching staff that if there are activities or not, that we try to build virtual communities for our students to give them outlets to be social. I'm not a fan of social distancing. I think we still need some type of social activity, but I think that we need to be physically distant. And I'm putting each and every one of your lives at the cornerstone of my decision making and the lives of your family members. And I just want to say to everyone out there watching and all the students that are affected and their families that I love them, and that my vote will demonstrate just how much I love you and your life and the future that you have yet to embark upon.
Thank you, Dr. Hall.
Yeah, thanks. So I just want to sort of thank and echo Dr. Akbar's comments as well, including how much he loves everyone as well. I think it's important to say and emphasize that, as this is a time where due to essentially we're, like I said differently, this is not a time to say that the good of the many outweigh the good of the few. Right. I mean, we could say, we could open the gates and say, let every student go to school, let every student play sports. And from the data that we have, maybe the majority of students would be being, let's call it 60% would be just fine, or even call it 85, 90%. But we're sacrificing, the medically fragile, and we're sacrificing students with multiple comorbid conditions. We're sacrificing equity, which is something that this board and this administration have said is a top line priority for us. And so I think that to echo his Dr. Akbar's points, we have to act in a way that puts the health and safety of every single one of our students above everything else. That has to continue to be our true north. Alexander's earlier points as well, and the students that he saw on the street, and Ms. Mansfield's point about the emails, that we've gotten about students even within practices for APS that have to be reminded continually to put their mask on and to stay 6 feet apart. The point being is that students are not robots, and I'm sure that we all know adults who are not following the prescribed guidance as well. But in there, I did have one question I wanted to ask. A clarifying question was regarding the testing. So I think we said that we couldn't mandate a student. So I think the scenario was that if a student on a team tested positive, could we, are we testing every other student on that team? And I think the answer was, well, we can't mandate that. We can suggest it, but we can't. But we have that activity for 10 to 14 days. So I guess my question is that if we hypothetically, to stay consistent with the OHSAA guideline that would require a test within 72 hours of participating in an event, or the gut scenario, so we can mandate it to let them play in a match, but we can't require it when a student actually, when a person on a team actually tests positive. That just doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. I just want to make sure that I'm right.
Yes, Dr. Hall, you're correct. That's the way it's written now. Although, it was about a month ago, I think Governor DeWine said that mandate was never meant for high school sports. Yet technically it still exists in Section 10 of the OEDH order. But there's no way, in talking to schools throughout the state, there's no way that contact sports could go forward if that testing mandate stays in effect within 72 hours of competition. It's just not practical for turnaround time and getting kids into places to test, nor is, more importantly, it's not feasible for districts. It would, you know, we estimated here it would cost us for soccer and football and cheerleading somewhere between $30,000 and $35,000 a week throughout a 7 or 8 week season, whatever it ends up being. Even though it's shortened, that's a lot of money for testing. So technically, it does exist now. I think what we'll see is the governor address it Tuesday. We get that impression from his comments yesterday that, you know, that has to be removed for contact sports to go forward.
If I may,
Joe?
I was actually watching that press conference, and it was actually the lieutenant governor who said that that particular requirement was not meant for high school athletics. And again, this morning, you know, on the Greater Akron Chamber meeting, our hospital executives were talking about, you know, the difficulties in getting some of the reagents and some of the supplies to take the tests, and the delays in getting the results back.
Joe, isn't it also still correct that if I was being tested, but I'm competing, I think the way the rule reads, if I compete twice within so many days of each other, I need a second test, and that is still in section 10 as well, isn't it?
Correct. Yeah. Within
You and I
74
talked
hours.
about soccer, right?
Yeah, because soccer, they have, you know, 2 matches a week, sometimes 3. But yeah, it would be multiple tests per week in that case. Right.
Roger that. Thank you. I appreciate it. And this
At
was
this
the last
point,
time.
excuse me, Dr. Hall, at this point, I'll chime in with a couple of my own thoughts, and then I'm going to move us along. We had 2 hours for the reopening plan, and there are still 4 other subtopics underneath that we haven't covered yet, and we take a break at 1:55. So, you know, this has clearly been an important issue for this board before this last Monday's vote, and even through today. And even as I sit here today and I hear all of the comments, I struggle a little bit myself. Some of you saw me when I responded to many of the emails that we received from students and parents and coaches regarding athletics, that, you know, I make decisions every day that affect the health and well-being of my own kid. It's not very often that I'm tasked with making a decision that affects the health and safety of 21,000 other kids and all of their family and loved ones and coaches and teachers and faculty and staff and everybody else that's involved. And so I struggle because this summer, as it was mentioned, you know, baseball went on without us, but I let my son play. And, you know, they had very strict protocols in place, and maybe coming from the place that I'm in, I, you know, watched very carefully. And all of our kids followed strict protocols. They wore masks all the time. There was hand sanitizer. They were not allowed to share equipment. And it was interesting to watch. The spectators were socially distanced, but of course it was an outside sport as well. But I let my kid play. But now I'm being asked if I'll let all of the kids play, and that's a totally different prospect. And so I feel conflicted, and there is this sort of feeling from the community, or that's been mentioned to us, that we follow Summit County public health guidelines in every other instance, but it doesn't seem like we're following them in this place. And I kind of wonder if, on some levels too, we've been. I think we've done a great job. I think you know, there was no. As someone said earlier, we can't. I think it was Dr. Akbar. We can't afford to not be cautious enough right now. But in building the bubble to protect our kids, I just wondered if there was any room to allow our kids to participate and build the bubble around our kids for some of those sports where, for example, in golf, if the tee time, you know, the golf is a perfect example of one, as Mr. Vassilotti said, that lends itself to this sort of social distancing. You could tee off by yourself, you can walk by yourself, you can play by yourself, you're outside. Even in the world of tennis, if we eliminate, and I'm not suggesting we eliminate doubles, but I'm saying, you know, if we don't even look at doubles for a second, you're again outside, you're on a court, you're 70 feet away. Are there better ways to build a bubble that provides protection for our kids, allows them to still participate, but starts to put some expectations on the kids around social distancing and safety protocols, puts some expectations on our coaches for enforcement and monitoring and that sort of thing. And I loved how Dr. Hall asked about sort of the checklists. And so I was thinking to myself, well, what if we took those COVID-19 symptom checklists a step further? And then we also, look, if you really want to play and we all have to give a little bit here, then should we be out monitoring some of that to make sure, as Bruce said earlier, Mr. Alexander said earlier, he's driving by and he sees something. Couldn't we be more intentional about that and have people out checking? And if you're violating, then practice or competition stops for you. Like, you asked us for an opportunity. And I'm just saying, if we're willing to provide that to you, could the bubble be shrunk just a little bit? Expectations or limits on no or limited number of spectators. And so, I just, as we're thinking about building the bubble, we're thinking about protecting the kids. As I've been sitting here listening to all of you, I thought to myself, again, when I think of golf, when I think of tennis, when I think of swimming, there's one kid per lane. And my understanding of the protocols, even from the FAST program, although they're limited to 42 people in the pool area at one time, it doesn't sound like to me there's anywhere near 42 people in the pool area at one time, but I could be wrong. But again, if we're building that bubble, could we shrink the bubble and still give the kids in those particular sports something? And so I'm just asking the question, again, recognizing that we are starting to get limited on time in this topic, but I just want to throw that out there for any comments or.
Well, it sounds to me, Mr. President, like we would have to have the finances to build that bubble. And as I listened to Mr. Vasilati's comments about the cost, I think it starts with testing, right? I mean, you have to have, as a baseline, you have to have some mechanism to test. And so before we even reach the individual accountability piece, because again, because the testing is what allows you to verify, that you're actually doing a good job with the following steps. So I think that's kind of I think that's what I struggle with. I think about how much time and money some of the pro sports teams have put into place to build their respective bubbles. It sounds like we have the finances to be able to put that, to put something like that in place. But I certainly hear where your heart is at, and I think we all probably feel the same way in that. It's why we're having this conversation, right? As we're seeking to understand, is there a middle ground that we can navigate? I think to your point, to try to give a little in some way, right? Without compromising student safety and without sending the wrong message that sports are more important than education, which I think is the other thing that we have to be mindful of as well.
Right. Thank you for that. Ms. Autry?
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. President. And Derek, thanks for that comment, because that actually kind of just segued right into what I'd just like to say. I honestly wish that this would have been one single vote when we decided about reopening for education, because I do not want to give that message that somehow sports is more important, although I feel like it's equally as important as education. So it puts us in this position where now we're deciding who we should make exceptions for. And then to me, that's time for us to put on this equity hat that we committed to not terribly long ago. And I just don't feel comfortable making exceptions for a certain few if we're not going to make them for all. And I am going to mention football because proportionately speaking, I know that is where most of our young African-American males are playing. And I know they are certainly just concerned because that is a pathway for many of them to higher education. So I'm just not willing to not allow them to continue as well in some form or fashion, because we can create scenarios for each and every team as to how and why we can make it work. When in my opinion, it really should have just been one decision for all of our student athletes. So I just wanted to share that. And again, I would be on the side of overreacting versus underreacting. And I do not want this to be a knock on those teams who have been successfully carrying out their activities without any cases. I know they've been working hard to maintain that. So I did just want to acknowledge that as well. And thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McKittrick.
Thank you, President Bravo. I've been waiting and listening before I commented because I've been weighing this very heavily, as have all my colleagues. A couple of things. I know that some coaches are worried about the responsibility of keeping their kids safe, because I've heard from them. And while they want their student athletes to play, the responsibility placed on the coaches is extraordinary. So I think we need to keep that in mind. Yeah, they want their sports to continue, but at what cost? Second, we've seen many times adults not maintaining the guidelines. We've seen repeatedly adults not wearing masks, not maintaining acceptable social distance. And so our kids aren't automatons, and they're going to do what kids do. And expecting them to maintain those things when they're on a football field or a baseball field or a soccer field, should those things continue, or even poolside, that's asking a lot of kids too. And that's one of the reasons, as someone mentioned, that adults have to make these decisions for them. And so two more things and then I'll be finished. I don't want to make an emotional decision. I want to make a decision that keeps kids as safe as we possibly can. And my final thought is that I don't want to give the impression that sports supersede education. While I think they're both equally important in their own realm, to say that we allow one to continue in person when we don't allow another, I think sends a very wrong message. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKittrick. With that, are there any other final comments, questions on this issue?
Mr. President, I saw a comment about, is there a resolution? I don't have a resolution today. My recommendation is, again, last week we had games previously scheduled for golf and tennis. I didn't want those groups to face any sanctions by not participating, and we already had arrangements for those, so I let them go ahead, knowing that we would have this conversation today. But then based on the Tuesday, on the press conference this week from the governor, knowing that we're going to, again, as Mrs. Mansfield has said, we're supposed to get some guidance on Tuesday from the governor and the High School Athletic Association. I would certainly want to see what those recommendations are, and then decide after that how we are going to proceed. If you want to have a motion on the non-contact and low risk from Summit County Public Health, that's certainly something that the board could make a decision on in advance of Tuesday, or wait until what happens and we evaluate what the governor's going to propose on next week.
Can I ask for some clarification, Mr. President? There was some question, even from reading the resolution, about what the actual date says. I think we even have referenced in this meeting October 1st, because that's what's in the Summit County Public Health Guidelines. Our resolution doesn't actually say anything about October 1st, because that says something about health regulations or health orders. And it's not actually an order, it's a recommendation from the Summit County Public Health. So ours says the first 9 weeks health orders, or whichever is the lesser of the two. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And so we should probably clarify for the public too, because you're right, we did have this discussion. Mr. Superintendent, I think our impression was that when you say the first 9 weeks, that meant the first 9-week grading period.
Yes.
And do we have when does that date?
It'll vary. Well, at the latest, I think it'll be like November 11th because of our staggered start.
Any other final comments, questions, discussion?
Yeah, Mr. President, this is Dr. Hall. I just had a question. Can we just clarify for those who are listening, what makes FAST different, if anything? I've got a number of emails that kind of where they've laid it out for me, why FAST is a different animal and why it should be treated a little bit differently. With a number, I think Ms. Mansfield referenced this earlier, with the pure number of emails we've gotten from people in this community, and we are community elected board members, I do think we should take some time and just explain one way or the other why we feel FAST should or shouldn't be included as a part of what we've passed previously, because we've gotten way too many phone calls and emails to not give it some treatment here today.
FAST is a club, and we do hire some folks to help manage that. Our swim coach, and there are several other folks. I think we did send out an email, I think, to you all regarding some of the things. They've been in existence for quite some time. Our swim team actually meets that's one of the winter sports, Mr. Vassalotti. So that's a little bit different than FAST. And it's run by an outside organization.
Correct. So FAST is a club. They're not sanctioned by the OHSAA. It's a club just like, a robotics club would be or chess club, but certainly it's swimming oriented and it's active in the fall, whereas our swim team is a winter sport at Firestone. And we just compete during the winter. So there's a difference. I know FAST serves a large age group, I believe maybe age 6 through 18 or 19. None of our high school swimmers for Firestone during their season could work out with FAST. That's against OHSA regulations. You only compete for one OHSA team and no other, outside team or organization.
Just a clarification too, Mr. Superintendent, you talked about how we did go forward with those sports this week, but if nothing is done at this meeting today, those stop. Is that correct?
Yeah, unless you give me direction to allow them to continue until next week, which I would propose. Again, I don't want to so what happens if the High School Athletic Association, the governor come out and there is what I heard, they will probably say you can proceed. I don't want to adversely impact if we're going to have a vote after that notice comes out that, they will forfeit any of their competitions in case the governor says and the athletic association says there's a pathway moving forward. And again, those were the two teams that already had competition scheduled in advance of even our vote last week.
Yeah, that's correct, if I may. So golf and tennis have been active with competitions, and that would in theory continue next week. Our next two sports that are allowed to have competitions per OHSA scheduling would be cross country and volleyball, and that happens, I believe, August 21st and 24th after, Tuesday, obviously, in the governor's announcement.
So what I hear of the will of the board right now is that was not what they intended in their vote. So I believe that in order to make that happen, it's going to take a motion to keep those sports moving forward. Does anyone else feel that way, or it either takes an up and down vote on that. I feel that the will of the board was that would not go forward. So if I'm incorrect, I guess I would like other board members to say that was their intention. I just want to make sure, because I'm prone to make a motion, but I want to know what all of you are thinking as far as about those particular sports. Not to prolong this, Patrick, I'm sorry.
No, let's take the time and clear it up. But we do need to clear it up shortly. So Lisa, can you ask your question again? Let's make sure we're clear what you're asking.
So I want to make sure that the board understands that we're letting these sports go forward without a motion. Part of me says that we need to have a vote as to whether that should happen or not, because if I read the resolution as it what was last week, I don't know that it says that. So I'm willing to make a motion, but I also want to know if everybody thinks that they can just go forward without that I'm fine just leaving it as it is. Bruce?
Yeah, my question is, when do they play next week? The governor comes on Tuesday, and when do those teams play next week?
We have golf and tennis matches scheduled throughout the week, Monday through Friday, actually Monday through Saturday, depending on the school.
So some of the teams will play Monday and some will play Tuesday?
Correct.
If no one else is going to weigh in, then I feel like I need to make a motion.
I'm going to weigh in.
All right, Derek, go ahead.
So I've said from the beginning, I'm a process person. We passed a resolution last week. That resolution was clarified after exec sessions. I think there were some other questions. We clarified what it was going to cover and what it was not going to cover. And that resolution, as it was explained, and as it was written up in the papers as well, what meant that it was bringing everything to a halt, pending the resolution that we voted on being amended or withdrawn. And so my interpretation of today's comments has been that while we've had a very robust conversation, it hasn't changed the interpretation of the resolution. So I would be an advocate of, again, following a process where I think the superintendent just mentioned as well that we're expecting more guidance next Tuesday. Would be happy to reconsider the resolution once we have that additional guidance on Tuesday. But I would not be an advocate for revoking or withdrawing the resolution that we just passed, earlier this week, when we may or may not have to turn around and change it again on Tuesday. I just don't think that makes a lot of sense. But that's me weighing in.
Sure that that the district is following the will of the board as far as what we passed, and if we're letting them operate outside of that, doesn't that take something? So if we may or may not change things after we get the governor's guidance, I have no problem waiting. But do we need to do anything, or are we just giving the superintendent leeway to let these sports go forward? Which again, I have no problem with. I just want to make sure as a board that we understand that's what we're doing.
Well, my understanding was that we gave the superintendent as a board a basis sort of a one-time exemption last week because these things were already scheduled and things were already arranged. And so, but that would be the end of it until or unless this board either amended or withdrew the resolution that was passed.
Yeah, I saw Valerie looking like she wanted to speak, so I'll let her speak if she did before I did.
Thank you. I was going to say I agree with Dr. Hall that until or unless the resolution we already passed is amended or a new resolution is passed, that everything would stop. But I am also in agreement with keeping it as is until we see what the governor's new guidelines are on Tuesday. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Akron.
Yeah, I'm willing to, or I want us to move forward. If there's no motion or resolution to consider low to no contact sports as a whole today, to move forward as we voted on Monday, and continue that forward. I'm not sure with the science and everything that it makes sense to do anything differently.
Yeah, Mr. Alexander.
Yeah, and I know this is not popular, but I kind of agree that we need to go ahead and just move forward with the resolution. That way we won't muddy the water in any type of way and have to come back next week and deal with it possibly again. So maybe we need to just go with the resolution as is until we find out from the governor. And if we need to, I don't know if we need to have a special meeting or what we have to do, but if it wants to we want to change it because of what the governor says next week, then maybe we can do that real quick so those kids don't miss much time.
All right, then I'm going to go ahead and, since we're in a more casual format, I'm going to go ahead and just say that I'm going to delay making a motion on non-contact sports simply because we're waiting on the governor's office. Otherwise, I would make a motion today that we would do that, but I think that it is important that we listen to that, and I'm hearing my fellow board members. The part that I just wanted to make sure of is that the board's will is also being done. So that's why I wanted to hear what y'all were saying, because there are games between now and Tuesday. So that puts us in a tough spot. So I just wanted to make sure that I had it clear. So when somebody calls me and asks, I can answer. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would add to that as we move on to the next topic to just say that I think this board may need to be flexible to have some additional conversations. I mean, we do need to be cognizant of who we're listening to and when, and that we're that we're being responsive. So I'll just leave it there. We'll move on to the next topic at this point.
Before we move on, Mr. President, so the will of the board is for me to contact golf and tennis, and they can have no games next week.
That is what I heard.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to the board for the conversation. At this point, we have about 10 minutes before we have about 5 minutes before we take a break. I'm sorry. So we have a couple of items, Mr. Superintendent, that you wanted to talk about or that we added to the agenda: operational and financial impact of COVID-19, supplemental contracts, transition to blended and in-person learning, and some data points. We can spill over into the next hour as we start to talk about vision, which I think will actually work out for the agenda fairly well. But is there anything that was only a few minutes long that you might like to pivot to before we take a break?
Just on supplemental contracts, I know there's been some concern about those. I think Dr. Akbar had mentioned, making sure that we could have not only coaches, but other, staff members continue to work with our students. Right now I have no desire to not do supplemental contracts. I think we need to do those, and whether it's the National Honor Society or the chess club or the variety of clubs that we have, staff's already looking at how we can make those virtual and continue them while we're doing the online learning for the first 9 weeks of school.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. James, for mentioning that. I think socialization is very important. Being physically in proximity with each other is the main concern that I have based off the science, but I think that there's even more critical need for socialization and social activities. And so the more we can do supplemental contracts and activities that allow people to remain in community is what I'm going to be in favor of. So thank you.
Agreed, and I would love to see us, I think I said at the last meeting, an opportunity for us to be a little creative, think outside the box. So I echo Dr. Akbar's comments. I would love to see us find ways, meaningful ways to engage our kids and just think outside the box. Other comments?
Yeah, this is Dr. Call. Just a quick comment. I would, and I'm not sure if we later conversation, but I would very much be in favor and advocate for regarding with sports, whether they were allowed to resume or not. Strong our contracts to all of our all those contracts for them. I would encourage our coaches to continue to think of outside the box ways to engage and connect with our students, whether that's online, virtual, or some other safe and socially distanced means.
Derek, you were going in just in and out just a little bit, but I think we got the gist of what you were saying, echoing the thinking outside the box, encouraging our coaches and other folks to be creative.
Mr.
President, this is Derek. Let me try this again. What I was trying to say was that I just want to make sure that we were going to, whether or not we were going to play sports or not, I just want to make sure that we were going to honor those contracts for our coaches, regardless of what we ultimately decided to do.
Thank you. Anyone else, comments, questions, or discussion on supplemental contracts? If not, I'd like to stick to our schedule a little bit. If I would entertain a motion to recess.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Dr. Akbar, a second by Ms. Autry. Any final comments, questions, or discussion before we recess for a few minutes? Hearing none, roll call, please.
I think with this one, we can do all in favor.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
You
Motion
know,
carries.
when we do an all in favor, we all say aye. Dr. Hall.
I noticed that.
All right, so at this time, for the public's benefit too, we're going to recess for 10 minutes and we are going to suspend the live feed at this time. We'll rejoin you back here at 2:05. Mr. Pendleton, do you have someone lined up for to take care of things in your absence?
I do not, but I would defer to the board, vice president or president, if you could just record time for me when you're back in session. And then when I'm done with my call, hopefully it's not more than 30 minutes, I'll be back online with everyone.
Yep.
So really what I'm looking for is just to record the time.
All right, thank you. Then we are in recess and we'll see you back here at 2:05.
Thank you.
And I can do that for you, Ryan. No problem.
Thanks, Dr. Akbar.
Thank you so much. Welcome back to the special board meeting for the Akron Public Schools Board of Education for Friday, August 14th, 2020. We are coming back from a brief recess for our board retreat. We will now continue our discussion, and we will be adjourning today around 4 o'clock. There is going to be a need for a very brief executive session, just so our board is aware. We'll probably shoot for that around 3:30. So just wanted to give you a heads up on that, and I'll, of course, give the reason as we get a little closer there and are ready to make a motion. So I'd like to pick back up and take just a few minutes because they are important, and I don't want to skip over any topics that any one of you requested that we kind of address. So we did talk about supplemental contracts. Our CFO, Mr. Pendleton, has a phone call that started about 8 minutes ago. So he's going to join us again in a little bit. So we're going to save operational and financial impact of COVID-19 and hope that he's back before we move on to vision and strategic planning. Otherwise, we'll get to that one tomorrow. But I did want to hit the other two items that are still left under the reopening plan, which are eventual transition to blended and in-person learning and the practicalities of that, how that's going to work. And then we want to save some time to hear from the board on, so maybe something to start thinking about while we're talking about the transition is, as we think about a return to blended learning or in-person learning of any kind, what kind of data do you want to see on a weekly or a bi-weekly basis or a monthly basis? What is it that you would like to see to know that we're headed in the right direction and are ready to move to a blended or in-person model? So, Mr. Superintendent, I'll turn it over to you for the transition piece.
Okay, so I'll turn it over to Dr. McWilliams-Woods and Rachel Tecca to provide a quick update on our Reopen and Recovering Action Plan teams.
Well, thank you, Dr. James. It's nice to see everyone, and it's nice to be back with you all today and tomorrow. So we've prepared through Rachel Tecca's leadership, who has been managing all the tasks in my, since I was out for 3 weeks. She took over the management of our planning for sort of this second wave of now going into a 9-week remote learning plan. And so she's going to give you an update on those plans, and then we can talk about that transition from planning for the 9 weeks to what if we are able to shift to some type of blended learning after the 9 weeks. And the planning teams have started to make that shift in planning, where they're sort of closing out the 9-week remote learning, and now they're starting to put attention back to a potential blended, so that we're prepared for that. But I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mrs. Tecca.
Thank you, Dr. McWilliams-Woods. I just wanted to kind of add to Dr. McWilliams-Woods' overview. The work that the reopening teams have been focused on is really building upon the foundation that was set in May, where we brought in about 125 different people and had family and student voices at the table to really design what this reopening looks like. We did move into phase 2 and probably got a little bit leaner and started to make some really good decisions. And most of what has been the major accomplishments, you have all seen the scheduling models for K to 12. Those are just examples, but it gives the building some framework, understanding that APS connected learning 2.0, making sure we know what synchronous and asynchronous learning looks like for our kids. So we're minimizing kind of that down instructional time, but maximizing the overall learning experience for our kids. And so those action teams are now moving into, as Dr. McWilliams-Woods mentioned, kind of preparing for remote learning, to looking like, what do we need to build to get ready if we are able to go back in some type of blended or face-to-face model. So I think we've had some pretty good momentum over the last few weeks. There's also about 30 guidance documents that will be coming out in the next week or so that really provide some framework for our staff to know how to manage things in a virtual or remote world that I think is critically important. There are 8 RRAP teams, grade band teams for the K-12. We have another group working on professional development or educator prep. We also have another group working on, and so I will tell you quickly, the educator prep team had a heavy load. That's all of the professional development that is needed to move to 100% remote learning environment, and they have been phenomenal. Develop things like the professional development calendar for the year, differentiating professional development for all of our teachers, content-specific strategies, assessment, safety training, social emotional learning training. I really think that the menu of professional development is exactly what our teachers are going to need to open school for our students this fall. In addition to that, we have another team working on family communication. So we have our website that's been up and running, and we continue to update that with pertinent information. And making sure we keep that consistent messaging was really important to this team as we move forward. I think you guys heard a little bit about athletics already today, right? 2 hours worth, okay. So I think I can move past that piece. And I know you guys, that's been a tough one to consider, but I think that group has been working really hard to keep you all informed. Our health advisory, logistics, technology group, that's Deborah Folk, Howard Lawson, Sarah Leffler are the leads for that group. The amount of work that this team has put forth in the last few weeks to think about how are we delivering meals, how are we making sure students have internet access, making sure that we have digital videos ready to go for our families so that they can help their children in a remote learning environment. I think it's been pretty impressive to see the accomplishments that kind of have rolled out in the last few weeks. And I think I wanted to make sure that you all knew that we were intentional when we thought about how are we making sure everything is accessible for some of our groups like students with disabilities, as well as our English language learners. All of our students were included in all of the design work that's been put forth in the action teams, but specifically students with disabilities, all of the services in their IEPs have been and will be provided to them. So I think that's sometimes reassuring to hear. I think sometimes parents get a little concerned that how do we do that in a remote environment? And so our experts in that field have done a great job of figuring that out and preparing teachers to be able to provide those services. Intervention specialists are going to make sure that they meet with all of their students on their caseload to ensure that students receive all of the services that are listed in their IEP. As far as our English language learners, there are definitely supports put in place as well. Everything that we have been designing is being translated into multiple languages. So I have a very quick example. I don't know if you can all see this, but this is a sign for wearing your mask inside a building that's translated into about 10 different languages. So making sure we're communicating effectively, making sure that the services that EL learners are entitled to will be provided in that remote environment has been really important to the entire team, and making sure that we support all of our kids in this situation. Any questions for me?
Questions from Akron? Yeah, Dr. Hall.
Yeah, and this might be covered in more detail later on, but I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. I've been emailing Ms. Tecca. One, and if you've already answered this question, I apologize. But so did I hear you say that we're going to be, for the online remote learning component, that we're going to be recording, that all the lectures are going to be recorded?
All the what is being reported?
No, I said, are the lectures going to be recorded?
You know, I think that's still in the decision-making mode, Dr. Hall. I don't think the recording has been determined how frequent that will be happening.
Okay, so here's why I ask is, so a number, and I think this again, kind of, it's amazing how many things, or perhaps it's not amazing how many things sort of dovetail and intersect with equity. I've had a number of parents that have emailed me saying, hey, I work a full-time job. I have no childcare. I've got young kids. I can't guarantee that my kids, so for example, the demo schedule that was shared a few weeks ago in the board meeting that had like the hour by hour. I mean, one part of my brain was like, great, this is fantastic. We have an hour by hour. I love this. And then the email started coming in saying, well, wait a minute, like I work 2 jobs, or I can't, my kid's 8 years old, and and I don't have childcare for my kid. I can't guarantee that he or she's going to be in front of the computer at X time. As a parent, I can't commit to working with my kid on these set hours. That's why my kid goes to school, right? That's kind of the pushback I got. And I think Ms. McKittrick asked this question previously as well around the idea of trying to record these lectures. So that way students in non-traditional homes from a scheduling standpoint, those parents can come home with their kid and work with them at 6 or 7 or 8 o'clock at night and kind of rewatch and ensure that homework's getting done and things like that. So that's why I asked that question. And the last part to go with that point is, I think, going along with that is I think we're going to have to rethink what we call and define as attendance, because if students can't make those sort of preordained times because of their home situations and things like that, I just wouldn't want to see a system where they're denied extra credit for perfect attendance, or a denied points. Because I know some classes you get points for class participation that you wouldn't get online when the rest of the class may be online. So those are some of the concerns that I've gotten, and I would love to say that I thought of all that myself, but I didn't. It was emails I got from parents that were asking these questions. So I promise I would pass those along for consideration.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
And then my other point, and then question number 2 was, in thinking about sort of going back to school. I know we talked about 9 weeks. I do feel compelled to point out that there was an article just yesterday. They were quoting the CDC director, saying that this fall could be the worst fall, in generations, due to the convergence of COVID with cold and flu season. No one knows how COVID and the flu and the cold are going to interact. There was a big article yesterday that just came out about this from the CDC. So while I applaud and glad that we're looking at, how do we go back to school in 9 weeks? I don't know that I would stop work on lessons beyond 9 weeks, because it sounds like from what the CDC is saying, not what I'm saying, but what the CDC is saying is that this could be a catastrophically horrific fall from a health standpoint. So. And I think those are my questions and comments. Thank you.
Great. Others?
Yeah, I have 2 questions. One question, Ms. Teka, thank you for providing that overview. It is an extension of Derek's question and Valerie's question from originally on recording. I guess you said that's something that's still being worked on. I guess my question is, what is the argument against it?
Dr. McWilliams-Woods, did you want to take that, or do you want me to address it?
Yeah, I wouldn't characterize it as an argument against it. I think once the discussions, according to the debriefs that I received this week since I've been back, on the discussions is there's definitely a leaning in those teams to taping the lectures. I think we're giving freedom to teachers to take a look at those blocks of time. And that during that block of time, it doesn't necessarily mean every single second during that block that you're going to be on a Google Meet. There could be, it's called asynchronous and synchronous kind of activities during that time. So I think the discussion is more around fine tuning on what is it, which parts, and how do we capture in some kind of posting and recording those different ways that we're delivering instruction. I think that the general feeling across the teams is a desire to have some posting of the lessons and the instruction because of exactly what you said. we can't assume that kids are going to all be able to sit there at that exact specific time during the day. We hope that we get, a good number, but we have to be flexible to be able to accommodate the different types of schedules that are going to be happening across our community.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. My next question comes with a comment as well. I've had this email exchange with Dr. James already around giving parents an option or choice to choose whether they want a flexible virtual or remote learning option or a structured remote learning option. And I know it was cited that there was ODE attendance policy rules, but I think that if we, when you give a flexible structured option, you're also following whatever rules or thoughts that you were having around, having remote learning in a blended environment. So how would you take attendance in a blended learning environment would be a very similar way or logic, thought process that you would follow for a flexible remote learning environment, I would think. And so I'm wondering, have you thought about that? I think it's very important that we provide our parents with the choice of a flexible remote learning and a structured remote learning option for the very reasons that Derek mentioned. And, how do we redefine or shift that attendance policy, knowing we would have to do it if we did blend it anyway, so we can do it still.
One of the problems with the attendance issues is that, the Ohio Department of Education, unfortunately, hasn't caught up to reality yet when it comes to attendance. And I did forward to my staff some correspondence from the department this morning about the online learning plans and how attendance can be tracked for that. But we have some other requirements that don't lend themselves to that flexibility. One is that within like the hour of a period attendance, which is how we're doing the structure piece, if a student isn't there, we have to notify their parents because of the Aliana DeFreeze law. And so when we have a break in that school day and then come back, we have to do it again. Now, for the more flexible model, we might have to move kids to our APS online, which is that's a much more flexible model. But those are some things that I know our team is looking at.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I just think that our students and our families should be, in a rather short time frame from now, be given the option to select one or the other so that you know how to plan. Because I think that there were some, talks about when we were thinking about blended learning, having them pick one of the pathways. And I'm not sure if that went out since we did all remote learning. So that I think that that's something that needs to go out, because if the worst thing that will happen is that families won't select the online/flexible model. And then, what you're doing with remote learning continues. But the other thing that could happen is you could see that there's much more demand for the flexibility, and that helps us plan. And then also, if you think about the teaching force, it gives us an option to work with our teachers in a different way. And maybe, there might be some who are willing to do more of a flexible APS online that they weren't willing to do before.
Yeah, the way that the draft attendance guidance document right now really focuses more on, just to address the issue of attendance, is more of multiple ways that you can take attendance more as a check-in type attendance. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you are present during the actual Google Meets. It could be that you've turned in an assignment that's due that day, or it could be that you check in during the just a check-in type period, or that you checked in with the teacher versus, in some other tech way. So we use the term more check-in versus an actual attendance. And it's definitely not going to be based on performance on assignments or anything like that. It's just more of that check-in and engagement that you're participating in the work. Doesn't matter if it's during that synchronous time where everybody's together doing something, or the asynchronous, which is more the independent work.
Great, thank you. And, Dr. Akbar, if you didn't have anything else, then I know Ms. Autry had a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I had two questions. I was wondering, had there been any type of discussions regarding discipline and how it's going to be handled? I think I read an article where a student was disciplined for wearing pajamas. My second question is, I was wondering is there any updates from our partners as far as experiential learning with the college and career academies, or is that something that's going to be on hold for the first 9 weeks? And those are my two questions. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Teka.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'll address the partner piece, and then you can address the discipline piece. So Ms. Autry, yes, we are absolutely moving forward with all of our partnerships. Our partner renewal paperwork is going out. Our academy coaches started back this week, and so they've been reaching out to partners, and we've found some really creative ways to do those experiential learning opportunities virtually. So some of the things are going to be live streamed for our kids to have access to. Others will be recorded. Job shadowing opportunities. We're talking college visits. I actually think our kids are going to get more experiential learning than they may have had if we were in a traditional type of learning environment. So I think people have been pretty creative, and I see that being a huge strength for us moving into this school year.
And so we actually are going to
the first 9 weeks. Will
yes.
you think?
Yes, we'll be ready to go the first 9 weeks. Yes.
And Ms. Tech is actually going to be sharing during the visioning topic part an update on the college and career academies, and that is also addressed there, including the elementary essential experiences that they get, and those being flipped to virtual as well. So the second part of your question was around the student discipline. I can assure you that we would never discipline a kid for showing up in their pajamas. For heaven's sake, we value them showing up. But we have a student behavior advisory team that is a team that we put in our collective bargaining agreement as a collaborative team between AEA has 3 members, and then the administration has 3 members. And we have been talking this summer about, kind of identifying. First, we started with what are some unique behaviors around mask wearing and social distancing that we will have to talk through and figure out how to handle. We've kind of put that on hold, at least for right now. And we're just talking through what unique things could happen in a remote environment to make sure that we're giving guidance to principals and teachers from this collective group. We have a meeting on the 24th, I think, for us to sort of finalize any guidance that we'll put out for staff. And then we'll go back to talking about the blended, but I agree with Dr. Hall. I've told my team, for us to completely put all energy towards blended right now and not make sure we're deeply going into the remote, we're getting this completely right, knowing that in that 9-week time period, we will talk about the blended, but with all the information that's coming out in the health experts, we certainly need to make sure we get this remote learning right in case that has to extend past the 9 weeks.
So I guess I'm just wondering what discipline would look like remotely, and if there are any examples that occurred previously, this past school year. I mean, so cussing, bad language can sometimes be an issue. What discipline, how do you discipline that remotely?
Yeah, we worked through in the springtime, if that did occur, obviously the teacher can address it very quickly by removing a student if they're being, hugely disruptive. But we did not support the fact that you could just remove them virtually for that instant without having follow-up through a couple different ways, through our deans that we have in our schools, through counselors, through our connectors that we had with students to make sure that they were appropriately engaging and working with the families to make sure. Our first reaction wasn't necessarily to, especially in a new remote environment, to come down and do discipline, to suspend somebody immediately for something. We wanted to make sure we coached them through that. Now, ultimately, if it becomes, very serious and chronic, we will continue to work with the students and the families. But we do have our, code of student behavior in place. If anything were to become very extreme and with threats or anything like that, we would need to work through that process. But our approach is generally to heavily focus on coaching, advising, counseling, working through the families to make sure the level of understanding of what's appropriate is there for that virtual environment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander.
Yes, I have a question. Actually, I guess it's two questions. One, how often is it daily that the students see each other on the screen like we see each other? And two, don't you think maybe we should have some guidelines as far as dress? Because if they're seeing each other on like we're seeing each other now, then they should have it. And that's something we should teach to the proper dress when they're going. That's when we teach proper dress when they're actually coming to school. And I think we should, at least have. I mean, I'm not going to say that they got to have. They can't wear jeans. They can't wear a hoodie or something like that. That's okay. But I mean, at least not. I wouldn't say the pajamas and so forth. So that was my two questions.
Yeah, I would say about the dress code, I think our expectations are pretty similar on when you do show up, that you show up in a similar manner as you do at school. Although right now we're not talking about uniforms since you all waived that requirement. I think that's very different in terms of the expectations versus what Ms. Autry said on whether we would discipline a student. That's a huge leap to go to a disciplinary type approach. I think if students are very inappropriate in terms of what they're wearing, we would coach and talk to the family and try to do it that way versus any kind of discipline for something like that. Ms. Tecca, do you want to tackle the sample schedule and the time piece?
Sure, but I wanted to add on too for Mr. Alexander that we do have a group of people looking at kind of laying out what those expectations are for online learning and then teaching kids when they start remotely. So I think our principals and our teacher leaders are thinking about kind of some of those challenges, and they want to get out in front of that a little bit and set the expectations for our students, which I think is right along what you're speaking to.
Yeah, I think that's good. Thank you.
Yes. And then the second piece around that synchronous learning, I just want to make sure I answer your question, Mr. Alexander. So you're asking how much screen time, how much face-to-face time students are getting with their teachers? Is that what the question was?
With their teachers and maybe their classmates, because I think, I guess that's why I said proper dress, because if I'm seeing my teacher, I should be dressed, at least appropriate. And if I'm around my other classmates, I should be dressed fairly. So I didn't know if they had screen time like we are, if it's 20 minutes, 40 minutes, half hour, whatever it may be. But I always wanted to make sure they were appropriate, and because they're going to see each other and they need to be appropriate, because we don't need to have somebody dressed inappropriate and some other kid sees them, or somebody says something to their parent because it's inappropriate, and also we got an issue that we have. So making sure that they're just kind of
Where it's
dressed
screenshotted
appropriately.
and shared.
What's that?
Where it's screenshotted and shared.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Then it started getting to legal aspects then. So let's be careful of that. Thank you.
So all of our scheduling models are designed to give students that synchronous or face-to-face time similar to what we're having here within this board meeting with their teacher and their classmates. That asynchronous time where kids are working independently can be, within that schedule modeling where teachers aren't directly providing instruction, but students are working on tasks and they can come back to their teacher for feedback, ask questions, get help or intervention in any way that they need. The intention was with all of our teams was to really look at the national standards for screen time for grade level teams. So how much time should kindergarten, first, second graders be in front of a camera talking to their teachers, and how much time should be worked on independent learning? So all of the scheduling models were kind of taken into consideration, those type of things, so that we really are cognizant of the stress for our students, but also make sure that rigor is improved and we're getting to those content standards that are important for them to master.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I have a comment and then a question. My son's started this week, and his schedule to Bruce's question too. We got all of the information home on the synchronous and asynchronous learning, and I think the district has done a fantastic job, at least with the communication pieces, and his high school in particular has done a very good job. Today was his first day in back-to-back classes, but he went from 7:30 to 2:30 and just popped his head in a minute ago to let me know he was finished. But he was in back-to-back classes all day, 15 minutes in between, and a lunch period and all of that. But I mean, he was logged in for every class, and it was interesting to watch. It's definitely a new normal. My question is this. I agree with what Dr. Hall was saying earlier. I think what you're hearing, and we know it's a crystal ball, right? And it's foggy at best, and we may have a good reading and we may not, but all indications are that certainly the numbers aren't exactly headed in the right direction. And when you get the convergence of COVID-19 plus regular cold and flu season and everything that comes with that, I think we're going to see a whole lot going on. So I wonder very seriously if we'll see a return this semester, just personally speaking. But my question is, I guess, where are those decision points, and how likely does it become that we could see a return for the second 9 weeks? Is that even possible, I guess? What should people expect?
I think at least from the planning and kind of delivery standpoint, and the listening to the discussion about the athletics and the timing with all the guidance that comes from the Summit County Public Health, and you all waiting every week for the governor's guidance, and now we wait again till Tuesday. I know that this next month, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks is going to be very similar. That will be almost every day watching the data from Summit County Public Health, watching what's happening in Ohio, watching what's happening with the governor, watching what's happening with districts who are reopening. We've been obviously watching that very carefully in the southern states that start earlier, where there are some concerns. So that's going to be day to day. I do encourage the board, though, that we don't, this isn't a decision that we want to make at week 8, whether we're going to go continue after going into the 9th week, what's going to happen. I think the earlier kind of midway point that we can make that decision, just because of the focused planning that has to happen to be able to make that shift. And so my goal will be to be able to give you information on, where we are. Obviously, Deborah and the superintendent will be giving you all the information on the health standards and the state guidance. But I think the decision point, we should be able to give you information on here's what we could do blended, at least a framework about midway through this 9-week period, so that we can then make decisions and give a pretty good runway for what we're going to do after that 9 weeks is up.
Great, thank you. And I think that brings us to our next topic, which is a little bit of a discussion amongst the board on finding out as the district looks at return at some point to a blended or in-person model, what kind of data would you like to see? And I know Summit County Public Health has put out some guidance recently. Is that sufficient? Oh, Dr. Akbar, I will come back to you. My apologies. Or you can be the first one if you have comments as soon as I finish here. Is what Summit County Public Health put out sufficient in terms of what data you would like to see updated and reported to the board on a regular basis, or are there additional things that you would like to see? And I'll turn it over to Dr. Akbar first. He had comments and I skipped over him.
Yes, so it was more of a question and comment. And I'm just gonna leave it to a question, comment, and I'll send you my question later. I think I just wanted us to take a pause and also to not make the assumption or be situated in a position that students have to be on camera to begin with. So I think that is something that we have to be very mindful of, especially as we're talking about equity. We need, and I think I might have said this even in another meeting, so I won't belabor the point, but when you consider someone's background or what's going on in their house, that has nothing to do with their learning. However, biases do creep in when people start seeing those things. So I think that we need to be very intentional about ensuring that no one's forced to come on camera. And this isn't to point anybody out negatively, because this isn't a negative. And I love Valerie here on our board, but she's, we've been meeting since March, and she has, without retribution, been on board meetings without being on camera, and she has that right. She should be given that right. And that same type of privilege that we're giving to her to choose when or when not to be on camera, which we all have come on and off camera at any given point, we should give our students that same level of independence. And I think that's very important that we press. The last thing I'll say, after telling Valerie I love her, the last thing I'll say is when it comes to discipline, I think this is a prime opportunity for us to totally rethink discipline altogether. There's no reason why students, if we're in a virtual or remote learning environment, why students should not be able to receive their lessons or should be kicked out. There's just absolutely no reason. You can mute, as the instructor, you can mute a student if they are saying things that are disruptive in a way that you can't do in a in-person class. So you set up ground rules to where if you are, not participating in the way you need to, then you will be muted for a certain amount of time. And then that allows us, if we have ed assistants or someone else in the classroom, to have a one-on-one chat with that student while the rest of the lesson is going on. I just think that it gives us an opportunity to think about it differently, but at no point should we be kicking students out of class. And the last resort, if someone's just getting too belligerent, is to put them in APS online as the option. I think that we have that option, but at no point are they, restricted from learning.
Yeah, and you just mapped out exactly what we have kind of laid out in terms of our expectations and our plan, especially using APS Online. And we have the supports from additional staff that can counsel and mentor in a very different way that we would not be able to do face-to-face as much. So I think those options, and we do have the mental health supports, built in already with minority behavioral health and Red Oak that we can also put into place if needed to look at some of the root causes. And so I feel like you're mirroring the discussions that we've been having. And I think this provides a great environment for us to kind of utilize more options than what might be normally in place face-to-face, or at least maybe not normally move to as quickly is probably a better way to say it.
Yeah. And I just want to comment real quick since Dr. Akbar brought it up, and thank you for bringing it up, the cameras. It's an interesting topic, and probably one that's worth maybe even a little discussion at some point other than today yet. I do agree. I find it hard to think about necessarily mandating in all circumstances the kids should have their cameras on. I think the teachers and maybe for the benefit of the students and the teachers and to ensure that they're getting the most out of it, I would love us to encourage them to share. And I think too, it's good for us to check in once in a while. And I know as we've seen across the country, we've seen the decline in reported cases of child abuse and other things. And it's just good for us, I think, to be able to check in. I thought it was really interesting during Aiden's freshman orientation too. I'll just throw it out there. Our teachers really emphasized that, and showed the kids how to use it and all of that, but not only the virtual backgrounds, but also the blurring tools and other things that are available through Google, so that if they wanted to share their camera, but in a case where a student might not feel comfortable sharing his surroundings, they show them how you can use even the blurring tool, which none of us use, but in Google Classroom and through Google Meets, you can use the blurring tool, and I thought that was great. So anyway, I just, I agree with Dr. Akbar, but I also would love, for our teachers to be able to see our kids. Ms. Mansfield, you had a comment?
I was going to thank Dr. Akbar for bringing that up. So he brought it up at a couple meetings ago, and I was trying to remember who it was. And then I read a great article that talked about that. And I saw a lot of our teachers sharing it. And I was really glad to see that they were discussing, should it create a bias when you don't see someone? Do you make an assumption just because you don't? And here's why you shouldn't. And it was a really robust discussion that they were having about, checking themselves. And I really was proud of that. So I'm glad you mentioned that. Oh, there was something else. And now it just flew out of my head because I saw Dr. Akbar nod and I went, oh, good, he agrees. And then I can't remember what the last thing was. Shoot. Maybe it'll come to me. I'm sorry.
Well, then if we can, I would like to give Ryan or Mr. Pendleton a few minutes before Dr. Akbar and I start leading us down a vision discussion and keeping in mind.
Patrick, I know what it was.
Go ahead.
Sorry, it was about the difference between, it was the part about the difference between discipline and punishment, right? So discipline, it really is, right, muting somebody. I love that option. That's still discipline without punishment. And those positive behavior supports that our teachers already have in place. And so it's just in a totally different way. But can you imagine being able to mute a whole classroom of people if you were a person? That would be so awesome. I'd love to be able to do that in some meetings that I've given too. So, I love the idea as long as we're separating, because we need to as a society separate what discipline is versus what punishment is. So that's what it was. Thank you. Sorry about interrupting.
That's my whole point. Thank you.
Good. All right, Mr. Pendleton, thank you. I'm glad you were able to rejoin us. We appreciate that. We did save a few minutes for you to discuss financial and operational impact of COVID-19. So we're going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and hopefully Mrs. Mansfield doesn't hit my mute button as I deliver my message here. So I appreciate the robust discussions today regarding reopening plans and the sensitivities that is all student focused. And sometimes finance takes a back seat to that conversation and comes across that it's not student focused. So I do want to start my comments today by saying the values that Finance Committee has on every conversation and debate is around student safety, is around staff safety in our community, and hopefully those resonate with my comments. But we have had some pretty robust discussions over the past few weeks. And so what I wanted to do today is just review at a very high level what those robust discussions were, have Finance Committee kind of lead and talk through those at all with the board members who haven't had a chance to participate, and then answer any questions. So starting in March, when planned shutdowns, school shutdowns, report to home, started this unfortunate new normal for school budgets around the state of Ohio. Frankly, we were all over the place, as many of our policies globally have responded. And on one day, we're saying this, and on the next day, we're changing. And finance was no different. There was out of the gate some thoughts that our expenses would explode, that supplies, materials, and equipment were going to be a runaway freight train that we wouldn't be able to keep up with. And thankfully, our board and administration had a very steady hand in this. We looked at it daily and weekly. And with the Return to School Committee, and thanks for their participation, we had a slow and steady review of this about every 2 weeks, reviewing week-to-week expenses. And with early predictors saying that we were going to finish the year under budget. So we finished the year under budget. We were notified of some federal stimulus, now 3 rounds of federal stimulus. And the ultimate goal was to keep the classroom and programming intact to the extent possible. And what does that entail? Well, that entails the support mechanisms for those students. That entails keeping programming on the same trajectory as what we had planned. And the support mechanism with Ohio Public Schools, let's not forget, is staff, right? 75 to 80% of any district's expenses is staff. And those support mechanisms are not anything anyone takes for granted. It's from the transportation to feeding and food security to the delivery of instruction. All are of the utmost importance as we wrap around our kiddos. Now, the realities of a reopening plan that was blended at times or in person at times was a lot of anxiousness for folks, not only in Akron, but around the state and what that looks like. And so here's what I know to be accurate statements. With the decision to open virtually, and that of values based on student and staff safety, our general fund will not bear the increased expenditures immediately. So in a typical in-person setting, we will deliver a budget that is less than an in-person setting, right? That seems to be a conflicting message with we're at the end of a levy cycle and now you're going to have more money on the books. But I also know from those districts across the nation who have started to reopen their doors, to conversations with our colleagues who are going to open within a matter of weeks in a blended environment, that we should expect an increase over baseline expenses in a blended environment. We know that the infrastructure of the district will be taxed. But what does that mean? That means the amount of students we can safely educate will depend on the assumptions, the safety assumptions from all the agencies that we've talked about. It will depend on the amount of buses and bus drivers we have in food service and building professionals that we have keeping students safe, warm, and dry. So our infrastructure will dictate how many students we can educate. But at the same time, as we're talking, and I know we're going to talk the rest of today and tomorrow, is we will still have a significant online delivery system and expenses we've never borne before. And the reason I know that and I'm confident that the expenses will increase is every day between curriculum instruction and our teaching side of the equation, we're talking about new expenses. Now, new and exciting, but we're delivering new tools to students for them to be effective at home and be safely effective, but these are new expenses. And the expenses that were just reported not but a week ago are now probably $500,000 or $700,000 less than what we had available just a week ago. So those are new expenses. And I know I've sent to you, before we can get into questions, Finance Committee information sheet that we're going to be continually updating and adding to. And the outline of that sheet starts with the current financial scenario of a deficit of between $14 or $15 million this year. And so that's going to be balanced by that backdrop I just set, by the lessening of general fund budget in the first half of the year, followed by some increased expenditure, balancing those increased expenditures with the three components of the federal stimulus dollars and using those to lessen the burden on general fund and ultimately protecting the classroom will be a daily walk for all of us. Finance Committee is going to be very, very busy reviewing those expenses, and our accounting staff is going to be reflecting those decisions. There has been, I would say, a scalpel type approach as I kind of finish and round out my comments before I would love to hear specific questions, where hopefully I have communicated very well with our internal departments and superintendent about looking at every line item in the budget. And we've communicated a couple times this week through senior staff communications about general fund textbook adoptions and shifting some of those dollars to protect elsewhere, about van drivers, about metro transportation contracts, about fuel purchases, and a lot of hearing from our community in which you have been responding to has been around our operational footprint and making sure those dollars don't go to waste. So making sure lights are turned off and our natural gas and electricity bills are going to reflect not being in service as much, and balancing that with some preemptive purchases that when we do go back, we can meet those assumptions. So it is very deliberate. It's very careful and measured in terms of our approach of how we're taking a look at those budgets. And I do need to send a special thanks to our senior staff. When we plan a budget for $500 million for 21,000 students and reflect the safety and security of taxpayer dollars, we have a long storied practice of good financial practices. When we're taking a scalpel line item, it's sometimes a per pupil adjustment. It's sometimes just asking if an expense can be delayed, like the purchase of buses, and will that hurt us a couple years down the road of having an aged fleet where we can't keep up with it. So I do want to send a special thanks to the administrative team and senior staff for working with us on these line by line options. So hopefully that gives us a good backdrop, Mr. President, and allows for some questions.
Great. Questions? Discussion around financial or operational impact? All right, well then that still leaves us, before we start our conversation on vision and strategic planning, to just again pick back up on the question I had before, which was data or metrics that you'd like to hear from the district as we continue to think about what would make it okay, where would your comfort level be in subscribing to a blended or in-person model again. So and it's not saying that that will happen, you know, midway through this 9 weeks, or even after this 9 weeks, or even after January, but at some point that decision is going to be here, and we sort of want to start to see what you're looking for in terms of when you'd be ready to make that decision. Does anybody have any thoughts they'd like to share? Mr. Alexander.
I'll go. Yeah, and as always, for me, the students are number one. So I think maybe when we're looking at some of this here, looking at student progress or data of what's going on, how they're doing, and in their classrooms and their work, of course, you know, some type of attendance, so we can gather some data on how many of our students are actually participating. If there's any access issues with the kids, from the kids, participation of the parents or / their input, what input do they have in reference to this online learning? Also their grades. And then I would say maybe a teacher input or reflections on what their thoughts are, and trying to help the process become a stronger process and better for the students, because they're the ones who are actually frontline and working with the students. So something that their feedback on and what they can do to help better themselves as well as their colleagues. So those are just some of the areas. I have some others, but the others for tomorrow. So we'll save that to tomorrow.
Ms. Autry?
Oh, sorry.
Yes, thank you. I agree with everything that Bruce just said. I would like to also see some anecdotal comments from students, from families, and from teachers, as Bruce mentioned, because sometimes things can't be put into a number, but I just like to hear some of those comments as well.
Good. Anyone else? Ms. McKittrick?
Yes, once we have the academic information, I'd like to know locally what the rate of infection is and whether we can safely return kids to school. Thank you.
Dr. Akbar?
Val read my mind. I'm thinking more so also looking at the rate of infection disaggregated, looking at, you know, the population that we have that are, you know, English second language learners, looking at individuals who come from other marginalized, minoritized backgrounds, and the rate of infection, and also those who live in low income and poverty. I really think that we need to be layering all of those things on top of our decisions and not just looking at, you know, what's happening in the county globally. Oh, and one last thing, sorry. As far as academics are concerned, I think that to Ms. Autry's point, I don't want just anecdotal data, but I think at least by week 6 or 7, we should actually have qualitative data that we ask students to complete a survey to give us their experience. And so it moves beyond anecdotal, and we can have some trends and some you know, some expectations, or I'm sorry, some experiences, and a good understanding of what those trends are. Sorry.
Good. Ms. Mansfield?
So those are all great. I totally agree. I mean, it would be really nice. You know, I know you can cherry pick the best of the best to bring on here, but it would be nice to hear some teachers talk about it, just actually be able to talk to them or have them on a meeting with us. I am going to share, I did have a teacher reach out to me and share her virtual classroom. And I asked her, I had so much fun on it. She teaches second graders. And I did ask her if I could share it with the rest of you. So watch for it. I'll send it out so you can click around and see what she's put together as far as getting ready for her students in advance. But having some shares like that would be great. And, you know, maybe some of our students would like to present too. We surely get blown away every time they do. I know that for those of us who've been able to sit in on a few things, and we usually get to go visit the schools, right? And we're not going to be able to do that. So this would be an opportunity. If they're going to be doing presentations, I would invite teachers to invite us to, again, maybe we just keep our mouths shut and we just listen, but we can just watch. And it would give us a lot of joy because we can do that during the school year. We can drop in and say hi. So I'd love to be able to do that as well.
Anyone else? I hear a lot of consensus around rates of infection and similar metrics to what Summit County Public Health put out. And of course, we'll be monitoring those, but also anecdotally what our teachers and kids say. And then of course, academic achievement, attendance, participation, things like that. How well is the model that we've adopted going? Anyone else? Dr. Hall?
Yeah, I'll jump in. Thanks, Mr. President. So would concur with the earlier conveyed colleagues. The other thing too, I would add, you know, the community spread rates and positive rates among disparate groups within Akron is the ability to test. And so I know that Dr. Devaney, I think, was referenced earlier on. You know, there has been a continuing recurrence of the appropriate testing supplies nationally, a slowing down test. And so, that we wouldn't jump to a conclusion, based upon maybe a low spread rate or a low rate of transmission amongst a disparate group, without having a good handle on or good understanding of our ability to test here locally and our ability to test amongst those disparate groups as well. And then another thing I would add to it is through, again, I think the question was data that you would need to have in place to really feel comfortable with kids going back to school. I just want to make sure that we had a handle on how, within the schools, how we would be handling, the provisioning of those cleaning supplies and tracking of the task that would go into keeping our whether or not it's, every 3 hours or 2 hours or 5 hours, ensuring that, as I mentioned earlier on in the athletics conversation, ensuring that there was that we had logs in place where folks would be required to sign and verify that they were indeed cleaning as often as they are supposed to be cleaning in those buildings. So those were a couple thoughts that popped in my head. And then last but not least, I would love to hear in this regard, and that we've got the current president and the past president, Disease Society of America, or IDSA. They both reside here in Akron. Dr. Thomas File is at SUMA, and Dr. Blaise Congeni is at Akron Children's Hospital. So those would be two people that candidly I would want to hear from, before we made any sort of concrete decisions about kids going, back to school. I'd love to hear their thoughts on sort of national trends, local trends, and their expert opinion around the infection rates. And so I think those are two people that would be well positioned to provide the appropriate color commentary to what we're seeing at a local, state, and national level from a data standpoint. And that is all.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing no other comments then on that area, I took some notes and we'll work with David and Ryan and their teams to put some metrics together that we can start kind of tracking and keeping hold of and getting those out to the board on a regular basis so that we just kind of are all on the same page. And when we're ready to discuss a switch to another model, we'll at least have been used to seeing that data and kind of know where we are. So lots of good points there I teased out. Okay. So next we're going to switch for a few minutes, and this afternoon the schedule kind of worked out well for us. Dr. Akbar and I would like to introduce our vision and strategic planning discussion, and we're going to start it today, and then we're going to pick it back up tomorrow. And there will be plenty of time tomorrow. We may make some slight adjustments as we work through the diversity portion tomorrow to leave ourselves enough time. Since we went over today on the athletics and reopening discussion. But before we get to the visioning part and the actual strategic planning part, the first part of our conversation is an update on college and career academies and our middle school transformation. And so I would like to turn it over at this point to Dr. Ellie McWilliams-Woods, and we'll start that conversation.
Thank you, President Bravo. Mrs. Tecca and I are going to give you we'll try to make this kind of a close, tight presentation in about 10 minutes or so. So we'll click through, since you mentioned that there'll be an executive session to keep us on track, and then I'll be with you tomorrow if we want to go into more detail. So we're going to do two things, just talk just briefly about kind of where we've been strategic planning wise, and then how the College and Career Academy deepened our strategic planning across high school, middle school, and where we're headed with elementary. And Mrs. Tecca will bring us through that part. I'm going to go ahead and cast my screen here so that I can show you a presentation that we'll step through. So the first part is just to give you 2 seconds on where we've been, just in terms of our large strategic planning process in the district. And this is through Superintendent James' leadership, that when he early on in his superintendency, we started with a 5-year strategic plan, and it's the visual that we use, the high-level visual, similar to the one you see at every presentation. This was the visual, and the key 5 objectives are around the outside in the yellow, with the rigorous teaching and learning, skilled employees, public engagement, financial stability, and safe learning centers. We had a Race to the Top grant that was awarded the next year that was all built around those 5 key areas. And the plan turned out to be somewhere around 100 pages of very, very detailed strategies, metrics, goals that we had to report out to the state every single year. And so that was 5-year. Race to the Top was a 5-year, $9 million grant that helped support and accelerate all the implementation of that initial strategic plan. Then in July 2014, as that first strategic plan was coming to an end, we partnered with the University of Virginia, the Darden School of Business, which is touted as the top business school in the world, they will tell you. We partnered with them for strategic planning, facilitation, and coaching. And the process we used is we went to them. We were already working with UVA for our school turnaround work, and we had 11 schools over a 7-year period going through turnaround coaching and facilitation with them. But then we decided to do high-level kind of strategic planning with them as well, which started with some key staff going and receiving some kind of guidance, training, coaching, And then we came back and met with focus groups with all the key stakeholders, the business community. We had hundreds and hundreds of teachers coming in to take a look at what were some proposed kind of focus areas. And what emerged after a year of strategic planning sessions, focus groups, and then coaching, where the UVA staff came and worked with us here on site as well, was this visual that captured, again, it's now instead of 5 major areas, it's 3 major areas with kind of the rigorous and learning, safe learning centers, which is more around the conditions that were in the schools. Public engagement remained. And then down at the bottom, the skilled employees, financial stability, and advanced technology became sort of these cross-cutting strategies. And then, a year later, we formally engaged with Ford Next Generation Learning. And one of the main reasons why, when we were looking at how to really do kind of this transformational work across these key areas, those 3 focus areas, we found Ford Next Generation Learning and the College and Career Academies was perfectly aligned in these 3 areas of transforming teaching and learning, transforming the secondary school experience, which is how do kids feel, the climate, the student leadership, all of the components of their involvement and engagement in their own learning, smaller learning communities, and then transforming business and civic engagement. And so we kind of saw this perfect alignment between where we had just finished that whole strategic planning process to get to, and we saw this perfect alignment with Ford, and then moved into the partnership with them that turned into our whole K-12 master planning process and strategic planning process across high school, middle school, and elementary. I'm not going to go through these, but I just wanted to show you a sample of, the high level visual that kind of maps out the major strategic objectives. But then underneath each one of these, this is math, for example. We have action plans that detail specific SMART goals that have specific targets for every single area. This is all mapped out every year and all of our metrics. So we have student indicators that get identified. These are all the test scores and the improvements that we track, and they set goals. And then underneath all of that, as I'm scrolling through, is all of the specific then objectives. And here's the tasks. Here's who's responsible by what date. Here's the evidence that they have to show, what evidence. And then there's an analysis of the evidence. All of this was created through the University of Virginia turnaround work that we did with schools. And then we translated it to the district level for our strategic planning. Then when you go back, I also wanted to show you our key kind of progress measures. I'll make this a little bit bigger for everybody to be able to see that we have specific goals as we're looking at from over this district focus period and kind of the next few years, then what the specific goals across the different areas in our local report card. So our 4-year graduation rate, for example, back in 2017 was the baseline was at 73.1%. The middle column is 2019, we're at 79.8. And then in 2022, I'll move this down just a little bit so you can see, the 4-year graduation rate goal is 85%. That's what we set a number of years ago, these goals with the baseline of 2017. So we have this in place, but here we are faced with now our last district focus. The 5 years is up. We're now looking at this next 5 years. We have our whole College and Career Academy master planning, the whole strategic plan mapped out for high school, for middle school, and a plan to do the same for elementary, and how to capture this in a way that we can communicate to our parents and our community I think that's what, this discussion with the board that I'm so pleased we're having, that's this next work. And how do we communicate this for the next 3 to 5 years? So then I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Tekka then to talk about the College and Career Academy master planning, strategic planning process that's happened since 2015 through till today, and then our plans for the future. That is sort of the context for this next discussion of our strategic planning for the board. Mrs. Tekka?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. McWilliams-Woods. So just a refresher, I think many of you participated in some of that strategic planning when we started to really dive into what the College and Career Academies of Akron could look like. So it was a process that we really took a really deliberate timeline to make sure that we included as many stakeholders as we possibly can. Anybody that wanted to be a part of the conversation could. We started with a very strong steering committee of business community leaders, as well as post-secondary partners and teachers and administrators, parents, students, to develop a steering committee. That steering committee then laid out really what needed to be developed over that year of master planning or strategic planning that took place over 2 all-day long sessions that we entitled master planning sessions, but in reality, they were strategic planning sessions. We had over 100 people each day really start to envision what the College and Career Academy could look like for our community. From those full day long sessions, there were 16 tactical teams, which are basically like a subcommittee that worked on specific aspects that needed to be built so that the College and Career Academies could be launched. So that took probably about 6 months of people meeting, deliberating, and actually developing action plans that are very similar to what Dr. McWilliams-Woods shared with regard to math, with very detailed plans on what needed to be done, by when, by whom, and then what evidence would you have to show that that was implemented correctly. We then moved into community meetings, academy planning sessions, and that was community-wide by cluster to really figure out which pathways would be offered at each cluster throughout the city. And then we also had that high-level CEO investment where people that Dr. James so kindly invited to go down to see the academies of Nashville, and basically came back and really dove into the work and felt that this was a good investment of their time and talent to invest in our students and our education system. So this is just a visual of some of those initial business partners and community partners who really were a part of that strategic planning process in 2016, 2017. So by the end of that strategic planning process, we did end up having a very, very, very detailed strategic plan that we call the master plan. It was a 5-year plan focused on the major strategies that needed to be implemented at the high school level. And we currently are in year 3 of our implementation process. So we have a couple more years that we have that guide. I like to term it's my Bible. I shared this at the steering committee, but I keep my strategic plan here. It's pretty waterlogged and marked up, but we're making really good progress towards the implementation of what was designed by our community and our educators to really make a difference for our high school kids. So I think I shared earlier this summer some of the outcome data that has come from the high school implementation of College and Career Academies. I just wanted to make sure everyone was really comfortable with the fact that we are accountable to making a difference and having outcomes that are changing the lives of our students and our graduates. We're tracking the graduation rate, attendance rate, discipline, making sure our students have a plan after high school to enroll, to enlist, or to be employed. We want our goal is to have 100% of our students earn that Ohio Means Jobs Readiness Seal. All of the metrics that are listed there are things that we're invested in and really tracking and sharing with the steering committee every single summer. I think some of you got a little update this earlier this summer, but that's an annual event that we are accountable to the plans that were developed by our community and by our teachers and leaders. This is an example of one of the tactical plans that are found in our master plan. The outcome data there is listed. We're tracking student outcome data as well as adult implementation indicators, but there were over 16 in the first high school strategic plan. Here's an example of some of the tasks that were listed under workplace learning, right? So looking at making sure our seniors have career training, making sure that we know exactly when these actions should be happening, as well as who's responsible, and then the evidence of implementation. Update on what's happening this year in the high school. The focus for the 2021 school year for our college and career academies is really improving on the focus of last year, which was having a really strong small learning community or an academy, making sure our teachers really started to build that family atmosphere that we know is important to our students, making sure our students feel connected to the teachers supporting them. And we spent a lot of time training on how to be an effective team and implementing effective team meetings. That was really what our expectation was for last year. And I have to tell you, per our rubric data, they're doing exceptionally well with implementing team meetings and having a small learning community. Moving into this year, and oh, wait, go back, Ellen, real quick.
Sorry.
That's okay. Moving into this year, the focus is to take that small learning community and have those teachers within that academy start to look at their standards to build integrated teaching and learning lessons. So how does an English teacher start to teach through that career-themed lens of carpentry? Or how does the science teacher integrate robotics principles into their science classes? We have an initial training coming up August 24th for our teachers to start moving into that integrated teaching and learning lens. So, and that's all in the strategic plan that was laid out and developed through the strategic planning process. In the 1920 school year, we moved into middle school strategic planning. What you have in front of you are some pictures. We again ran 2 all-day sessions with over 70 business partners at the table, giving their input on what middle school needed to look like to prepare students to enter high school ready for the college and career academies. Again, it was over a 250-person community effort. We did keep the same steering committee that we have in place for our high schools. They just added middle school to their mix. We had over 90 people at each of our master planning sessions. And again, there are actually 16 subcommittees that develop those very intensive tactical plans that Dr. McWilliams shared and I shared, that laid out exactly what needed to happen in middle school to prepare for the high school experience of college and career academies. We do have, if the board decides that this is the direction they'd like to move in, we have additional responsibilities to get out to our community and inform and engage our partners in this work, and then provide information to our families so that they know what's going on. And that will increase the amount of people that were part of this process. Our plan is to add an addendum to the original strategic plan. Right now, we would be in year 1 of implementation of the middle school addendum that will hopefully will be up for your consideration this fall. Again, there are outcomes that we're expecting to really make an influence on with the planning and the ideas outlined in the addendum. We're going to track attendance, out-of-school suspension, in-school grades, grade point average. There's a huge emphasis in our middle school plan around service learning and career exploration, making sure that our social emotional development is first and foremost for our middle school kids. It's a really tough time for kids usually in middle school. So how do we support them through that, develop all of those strategies we know will help them be healthy high schoolers and take advantage of business and partner engagement. Again, there's a sample of some of the action plans for the social emotional learning team. Lots of really details on exactly what needed to be built, what structures and systems needed to be implemented to get to the outcomes that we are trying to move. So I mentioned, I think, a few times that we will be bringing some information about the middle school master plan to the board for consideration. And end of October, we'll be doing a formal presentation, and then you will have the opportunity to decide if this is the model and plan that you would like us to move forward with. In the meantime, we're going to keep working on unpacking the social emotional standards that is put out by the Ohio Department of Education, continue to support the PBIS models across our middle schools, begin to work with our teachers to become that foundation, that small learning community that we know is critically important for college and career academies, and then to introduce some of the kind of in-depth inquiry-based learning models that we know are going to engage our kids and really deepen their learning. Lastly, college and career academies in the elementary. I always have to smile when I look at the little, probably second or third graders with their little college and career academy vests. Those are our ambassadors in elementary school who were a part of a Finley pilot to really look at student leadership at the elementary level. In 20 and 21, we will go deeper with our essential experiences. And as mentioned earlier today, the goal is to make sure all of those great experiences continue, but will be in a virtual environment to start the year. And as we, as a school district, adjust and move towards possible opportunities for blended or face-to-face, our business partners are also ready to be as nimble as we are to provide those experiences for our kids. We have student leadership development planned for our elementary students. We're very close at finalizing the portrait of a scholar. And we're also moving on our teacher development around inquiry-based learning. The plan is to continue the same process that we've implemented for our high schools and our middle schools to build that strategic plan for elementary. We want to keep that same steering committee that we have used for high school and middle school because it just makes sense to engage our business and community partners in that same time frame. But we want to have the master planning sessions and those tactical teams, as well as community meetings and partner engagement pieces. We would like to start to move on that piece this school year.
All right, and that is the update.
Great.
For the college and career academies, just with the goal of giving kind of the history of our strategic planning process, those big major objectives and the focus areas, and then how the college and career academies is sort of the deeper planning underneath that. That brings us obviously to the, kind of the next discussion of with the board.
Good, thank you so much for that. And so what we're going to do is introduce a vision and strategic planning discussion to the board today, which we've started by kind of reviewing the college and career academies model, and for the public that's watching as well. You can see that this board over the last several years has been very proactive and very deliberate about the way we've been strategically planning. And we continuously are kind of held up as one of a few models across the country that really takes it to the next level when we do our strategic planning, and so kudos to everyone that's been working on these continued plans. As we look at the middle school piece, as we continue the broader college and career academy conversation, as we take a look at updating the strategic focus for the district, we also need to set our priorities as a board, and they should be aligned with what we're doing overall as a district, but also highlighting what's important to all of you on this board, and also taking into account where we are currently in society. So with that being said, one of the things that I'm typically a fan of, aside from the kind of planning that we do that requires sort of that long-term focus and that long-term strategy, I really like the short strategic focus that really kind of sets some goals in a shorter amount of time. And Dr. Akbar and I worked very diligently on what we sent out to you yesterday, just to give you a visual example of what we were thinking could be the board's strategic focus that would tie in with all of the good work that's going on around the district. And so we called it Advance APS. It was kind of our 3 and 3 plan. And so if you have that, if you could bring it up for just a moment so that we can introduce this discussion to you. We've also prepared some homework for you, which Dr. Akbar will be sending out to you shortly. And then again, we'll pick up the conversation tomorrow. But the Advance APS 3 and 3 plan that we've kind of laid out here is just a model. It's just for illustration purposes. It could be the 5 and 5 plan. It could be the 2 and 2 plan. But we thought 3 and 3 was a good focus for this board. We also chose 3 categories that, again, as we talk through our vision and strategic planning process, could be different. They could be financial, it could be operational, it could be anything that you feel as a board we should be focusing on, and that's what we're going to spend the bulk of the vision and strategic planning time tomorrow discussing. But there we chose academic achievement, equity, engagement, and then the idea would be that we would also choose some very specific, measurable, objective, and attainable goals underneath each of the areas that you would select as a board that you feel we should be advancing within the next, say, 3 years. So 3 goals in 3 years, and setting some objective measures underneath each that we can report out to ourselves, to the community, to our stakeholders on the progress that we're making. And so again, this is just for illustration purposes only. We wanted you to be able to visualize what our thoughts were behind this discussion. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Akbar for some additional comments.
Yes, hello. I think that just briefly, Patrick mentioned mostly everything that I would have said, so you won't be hearing from me too long. I just want to add to that is we need a rallying cry, something that we all can continue to go back to. With so much happening with uncertainty around COVID and the pandemic, and thinking about recovery from this once we do get close to life is normal, if that's even a thing. We have to have something that's going to be our North Star, something that's going to be our guiding post, and that we continue to come back to in our discussions. It will give us the opportunity to push initiatives that are associated with it, but it also will give us places where we might want to limit our approach, as we know that the district is already going through so much change. And so it will really give us an opportunity to bracket where we spend our focus, and also give our administration an opportunity to do some spring cleaning if necessary, and look at all the operations of the district and say, okay, these are our advances. These are things that are going to propel us to the next level. Does X, Y, and Z that we're doing currently, does that fit in that? Do we need to still do that the way we did it before? So that instead of piling on more things to the plate, it gives us a time to clear the plate off so that we can go back for seconds for the things that are on those advances, not things that are in other places. So that's the way I like to kind of put it out there.
Can you also talk about the homework?
Yes, I can talk about the homework. I wanted to hear about the discussion first. If anybody had any initial thoughts, really briefly, before we got into that, just from what we presented to you as a place to start.
I really like the plan as it is in place, and I look forward to making the specifics so that we do have the measurable goals and we can make a checklist and see how we're doing.
Good, thank you.
Yeah, I like to. I agree with Val. I like to see how we can break this down and see some measurables also, because I like measurables to be able to see where we are, how far we've gotten, and then are we on projection to meet the goals that we really are setting for ourselves. So I'm looking forward to that piece.
Who else?
Okay. I feel like someone's missing, but maybe they're not.
I counted just to make sure.
I did too. I was just like, wait a minute. All right. Well,
at the end of the day, I think everyone's winding down a little bit.
The dog.
And
work. Well, thank you. Yes. Thank you everyone for thinking about it. In your emails, in just a few minutes, you will receive 3 questions for you to think about over this evening. And so that when we come back tomorrow, we can all be in the framework of thinking through a vision. First, settling on what those 3, if they're 3, what 3 things you would put forward. These is just Patrick and I's comments and thoughts. But what are 3 major big bucket areas that you would put forward for us to focus on and to advance the district? From there, the next question is to think about what are those measurable, specific, and aspirational goals that we can set to fall under those areas. And then lastly, is there anything that we're missing? We want to be sure that, especially as we put our equity lens on, that we're not leaving out any major or minor portions of our district that deserve our focus, and that will also advance us in the next 3-4 years or what have you. So that is all I'm going to say, and you'll be getting the email in 2 minutes.
Great, thank you, Dr. Akbar. Well, with no more comments, questions, or concerns or discussion about that, I'm going to move us into the next phase of our meeting, which will be the final phase. And so, pursuant to Ohio Revised Code Section 121.22G1, to consider the employment of a public employee or official of the district, I'm going to ask for a motion to recess into executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Ms. Autry, a second by Dr. Akbar. Are there any final comments or thoughts before we recess? For the public's benefit, we will not be taking any action following our executive session. We will return simply to adjourn. But we do thank you for joining us. You're more than welcome to stick around for the live stream after we return. And we should be back well before 4 o'clock, and we'll get everyone on their way. So if this board could just make sure to log out of this meeting when we're finished and join us in the executive session. Roll call, please.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Mr. Bravo?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
He just fell off.
We'll come back to him. Mrs. Mansfield?
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Dr. Akbar?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you in executive session. Good afternoon and welcome back to the special meeting for the Akron Public Schools Board of Education for August 14th, 2020. We have just returned from an executive session. There's no action to come before this board. There are no other business to come before this board today. So we are prepared to accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Alexander and Dr. Akbar, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, we are adjourned. Thank you so much for a good retreat. We'll see you in the morning.
Yes, and
Everybody have a good evening.
check your emails.
Bye, everybody.
Good night.
Don't forget to check your emails.
You said do your homework.
Right.